It's pole day. It's time to find the fastest man around the speedway for the fourth running of the Open Wheels 500-mile race. And with more than 70 drivers entered, it's all going to be about not lifting and surviving for the 4 laps and coming out on top. Welcome along to qualifying weekend for the 2024 Open Wheels 500-mile race. My name is Arjuna Kankipati. Delighted to have your company here as we kick things off. Of course, this being the 4th running of the race, we've got plenty of returning names, but also some new faces looking to make their name and their stamp on this great event. It's going to be a lot of excitement building through the course of 2 very long days of qualifying. Let's take a look at the schedule, though, across of coverage on RaceSpotTV. It's all going to start here live with the pole day qualifying. Tomorrow we'll get underway for the bump day qualifying, when we'll actually figure out exactly who is in the field itself. And then after that, a little bit of a break before November the 23rd. We will line up with 33 drivers in our 3-wide formation to kick off the 4th running of this race. And the question will be, who will line up on pole position? If you can hear, there's still some things going on behind the scenes as we get ready to go for this qualifying day. It's a very exciting day, that is for sure. The main question that we're all going to just be trying to figure out, though, is who's going to go bold and who's going to really be aggressive at the start of the day. Now, every driver that elected to jump in for a guaranteed run has been drawn into one of 2 groups, and we'll start with Group 1 that will run from 10 a.m. Eastern through around 12:30 p.m. Eastern, and then a bit of a break before we get going with group number 2 with 1 p.m. Eastern kicking off that respective session, and we'll be live with the qualifying for them 10 minutes after that. You can take a look on the bottom right of your screen to see who is in the qualifying queue, at least to kick off the day. Henry Bennett in the 007 will roll out first before Julian Altena, and then Wilson, NATO, Ollie Mcowan going to be the top 4. Jason Wallet, Hamilton, A-Caboi, and then Carol Stout to follow behind them as well. You can see on the top left, ticking down with 7 hours and 40 minutes left to go. And we'll be with you for most of the day here on RaceSpotTV. You can see there a look at the track. Lots of fans out there as well, which is great to see. All now just waiting the release of the first driver to get underway with this qualifying session. This is slightly different as well from qualifying for the iRacing Indy 500, where you just go out and you get your 4 fast laps after your out lap. Here, you get your out lap, you get your warm-up lap, so you get to go out for that 1 additional lap to try and maybe build some temperature into the tires or whatever you're trying to do. And then on the very final 4 laps, your average is what counts. Right, I think that's enough talking, at least to kick off the day. So let's get the first driver into the on-deck zone, and we will get these qualifying runs underway. I'm trying to read some really small text right now. And so we will send out the 007 of Henry Bennett to be the first in these qualifying sessions. There is the 007 in the British Racing Green colors. We'll line up in the on-deck zone right before those green cones. And then, after he sits there, I have to go and hit the magic button. Henry, you may begin your qualifying run. And so the outlap timer now kicks in. 60 seconds to get around the lap for Henry Bennett. And this is going to be a pretty good benchmark in many ways. The Powerslide Motorsports driver being the first to roll on out. Powerslide very successful, of course, this past month of June, not the month of May for the iRacing Indy 500. So let's see what he's got in store. Let's ride on board as well. Bouncing off of second gear. And then shifts into third, coming out of turn 3. So all these teams will have figured out respective plans for the day. Can he get to the yard of bricks before the outlap timer crosses over? Answer is yes. Now, he must maintain around 200 miles an hour. Or over 200 miles an hour, I should say, for the entirety of this warm-up lap. And seemingly kicks it into gear coming down the back straightaway, heading off to the north side of the track. So here we go, the first of our qualifying runs. Can you feel the tension? Drivers get 3 runs across of our 2 days. You cannot afford a bad run if you want to be in the Fast 33. Here we go. So the warm-up lap was a 42.020. Looks pretty good through 1 and 2. First time around at least. See the slight offset to the right-hand side down the straightaways in these Dallara IR18s. The car wants to roll to the left. Lap 1's good, but lap 1's always the easiest. It's when you've got the most tire underneath you. What's it going to be for Bennett? It's a 39.516. Don't want to scrub too much in these early parts of the run. Trying to be cognizant as well of your in-car tools, the weight jack or the ARB. How are you using those to help you around the lap? We'll get the 4 lap averages popping up on the bottom of your screen as we run through this session. Give it a sec though after they cross the line before it gets updated. So a little bit of fall off on lap number 2. It's a 6.21 for Henry Bennett. Car still screaming. Sounds pretty good off board. Love this camera perspective. I've always said the Dallara IR18 feels like a jet fighter. This perspective really does lend to that sort of impression. Now, it does seem as though it's getting a bit more ragged. Starting to scrub just that little bit more. At the yard of bricks, there's a bit more fall off. He's up to a 7.31. Ooh, that was some scrub. Looks pretty good though out through turn 2. Henry Bennett got to visit Indianapolis for the very first time this month of May and experience the joy that is the Indy 500. Now, can he challenge and channel some of that spirit? Here we go, to the yard of bricks. First 4-lap run about to be complete. And it's going to be an 8.34 on the very last lap. And so that means for Henry Bennett, we'll see the average disappear in a couple of seconds' time, but a 6.76, the first of our drivers to get onto the board. Julian, you may head to the on-deck zone. And so the next driver gets called out onto track. As we get ready to go for the second of our runs. This is going to move quickly. We're not going to be staying here for very long if we can help it. Julian, you may begin your run. And so once again, as he crosses the pit exit, outlap timer kicks into gear. And another 60 seconds to get around the lap. So 6.76, the first average. Now, let us know in the chat. Are you confident watching along with the first run now in the books? So the Velocity Online Racing driver, who for some reason See, this is why, you know, Arjuna had a late night last night preparing a lot of other stuff for this event. He's forgotten to load the paint pack for this race. So what we'll do is, as Julian builds up his speed, gets ready to fire up, does end up getting to the line in time. Now he's got to, let's not forget, maintain that 200 miles an hour. We're going to very quickly do... what camera is going to be best for this? There we go. Car's looking much better now. And he's now out of turn 2. Kicked it into the next gear as well. Much like Bennett. Here we go. Run's about to begin. So here we go. Run 2. For Bennett, first lap around was a 39.516. For a second there on my timing screen, I saw a speed of 400 kilometers an hour. Now that's not physically possible, but it was amusing nonetheless. Looks pretty good out through 1 and 2. Good through 3 and 4 as well. What's the first lap going to be then? 39.576, so he's around half a tenth or so off of what Bennett did on that first lap. And once again, it will pop up lap by lap as we cycle our way through this run. Gotta say, car looks very, very good. There's a reason why Julian was saying he was spending so much time working on the paint schemes. Can you imagine the difficulty of lining up that VOR logo with then there's this like swoosh that goes with the line of the car? That would be interesting and fun to work with. Second lap, 7:08 from Altena, so it's a bit more of a fall off than what I think he would have wanted compared to Bennett, who had about 9/10 of fall off, 900ths I should say of fall off. Altena finds himself with over 1/10 of a second of fall off. So Bennett's time seemingly stacking up quite well, but maybe it's all going to be about the bubble. And that's where maybe Altena's going to be a bit more focused on. You just want to make the race at the end of the day. Once you're in the field, race day is another story. 7.99 on lap number 3, so that's actually quite good. Bennett lost more than 1/10 between laps 2 and 3. Altena loses, well, about 900ths of a second. Oh, he hits the wall, but you can get away with that. Foot to the floor and to the yard of bricks. Now, does this impact the average? We've had our first brush against the barriers here at IMS. And indeed, it does slow down the charge of Altena. That last lap ends up being a 40.075. However, it puts him on the board, and he'll have his chance to go out later, let's not forget. Wilson, you may head to the on-deck zone. Next up will be Wilson NATO. Second one of the Powerslide Motorsports drivers. Gotta say, that car looks not the traditional purple that we are accustomed to seeing from Wilson. Instead, much more of a Mercedes-esque paint scheme. Wilson, you may begin your qualifying run. Nice and efficient. Let's keep this moving, rolling, whatever you want to call it. So here we go. I'll drop that graphic just for a second. That timer, don't forget, though, is still ticking away for Wilson NATO. I'll just remind you, if you're joining us for the very first time, of what the qualifying queue is looking like. This is Group 1 qualifying. Ollie Mcowan, Jason Wallet, Hamilton and Carboeasy, and Carroll Stout. The next 4 drivers queued up to go in Group number 1. So once again, 60 seconds to complete the outlap. And then got to be at 200 miles an hour by the time you reach the yard of bricks. NATO's held his car a little bit longer. He's in danger of not making it, but it's ticking away. He gets there with 2 seconds to go. He's just above the 200 miles an hour as well. I say just above because for a second I thought he wasn't going to make it in time and be below the speed limit as well. Again, just a reminder of the queue as it sits right now. We've got about 45, I think, drivers guaranteed runs through the qualifying draw. And I know that we've got at least 10 more drivers or so ready to go after that. So I think the battle for these qualifying spots is going to be quite intense. Here comes NATO. We're ready to go for qualifying run number 3. The warm-up lap was one of the quicker ones that we've seen so far. The first driver actually down into the 41s on their warm-up lap. What's this first lap going to look like, though? Wilson is very, very good at qualifying at Indianapolis. That, though, a bit more movement with the hands than you maybe want to see on lap number 1. 4 looks a bit better. What's lap 1 got for us, though? 39.481. Oh, statement out of NATO. Oh, but he hits the wall. Short shoot. Bish, bash, bosh, it's all over. And Wilson NATO straight out of the car. That is a run that will not be complete. And well, it means, guess who gets the call? Ollie Mcowan, you may head to the on-deck zone. And that is our first DNF of a qualifying run. So Ollie sits there and waits. Ollie, you may begin your qualifying run. So here we go. Timer kicks in. Let's see what Ollie's going to do to build up. In the Mirai United VRT 113. I think he'll be aiming to try and find his way to somewhere around a 39.7. Based on Altena hitting the wall on lap 4 and dropping to, that final lap dropping to a 40.075, I think there is the possibility that could be right around where there is a cut line. Anyway, here we go. Mcowan, no concerns, hitting the yard of bricks in time. And now the warm-up lap. Just trying to manage the speed, manage the tires, get ready to kick it into that next gear, which most seemingly are doing here out of turn 3. So Wilson did also have a pretty quick warm-up lap. Is that something that you have to keep your eye on and be careful not to overburden the tire? 42.284 from Mcowan, so not a particularly quick warm-up lap by any means, but now these are the laps that really count. You want to try and get down below that white line. McGowan's at least a car, if not a car width and a half, up high. Lap 1, what's it going to have? 39.692. So a little bit slower than what we saw from Julian Altena. Let's see if there's some consistency in the speed, though. There's no use doing a 39.0 on the first lap if you can't then go and avoid a second fall off on the lap after that. McGowan's car looking pretty good still, though, as he gets ready to hit the halfway mark of the run. So lap 2. It's a 39.806, so a bit more fall off still. Currently trending to drop behind Altena. Maybe after this next lap as well. Still pretty decent. You don't want that car to be running around on you, that is for sure. With just 3 qualifying attempts, you need a car that will work with you as much as a car that's fast. And that next lap is uber consistent. 39.826. So right now, actually in front of Altena. It's going to take a miracle, I think, on this final lap. But again, outright speed is not always the main aim. You need to make sure you've also got a fair share of consistency dialed into that setup as well. Puff of smoke, but I don't think McGowan touched the wall. It's our 3rd complete run of the morning at the Yard of Bricks. A 40.033, so actually lost a bit more than I think he would have expected, given how good lap 3 was. And so it now drops him behind Altena. Jason, please reset your car and head to the on-deck zone. So we'll get Jason to reset his car. Drivers have been asked not to be in the garage until asked to, so quick check on that. And he will be the next to run about a minute ahead of schedule after Wilson NATO's slight brush with the wall. And so there's Jason sitting in the on-deck zone. Jason, you may begin your qualifying run. So off he goes. Pop the timer up as well. And as he continues to work his way around the lap, just a quick update on how the queue has progressed. It's now A-Caboi and Stout, the next up in line. And then Adam Crane and our 2-time defending champion, Hugo Olson, slotting in behind. So here comes Jason back around to the line. He's above 200 miles an hour. And he'll get there as well just before the timer strikes 0. So Wilson NATO, I think, is still the driver that cut it the closest. Jason, you dropped below 200 miles an hour on the warm-up lap, so please wave off this run. So Jason, unfortunately, dropping below the minimum speed, so he will be asked to return to the pit lane. So now a couple of minutes before the next driver heads on out, just to make sure we stick on the schedule. But again, drivers in queue. Hamilton A-Caboi, Carroll Stout, then Adam Crane in the Satellite Racing entry. For Hugo Olson becomes the third of our Powerslide Motorsports drivers to go out in this morning. And again, we've only had the 4 attempted runs so far. And so it's going to be quite interesting to see when we've had the full slate of maybe, 20, 30 runs, what the sort of gaps are looking like. I think it's going to be quite interesting to see where the sort of provisional cut line's going to be. Drivers that qualify on Saturday will start in front of drivers that qualify on Sunday. So there is a bit of an emphasis to try and make sure you get it done with the pressure on here today. I have a very curious suspicion that there's going to be some late drama in the day. That is for sure. So again, just a brief hold here as we realign with the expected qualifying schedule for group number 1. Hamilton A-Caboi was expected to go at around 10:35 in the morning, Eastern time. But I think we're ready to go a little bit earlier. So, Hamilton, if you're ready, please head to the on-deck zone. And there we go. Hamilton A-Caboi is ready to rock and roll. A driver that has increasingly been getting quicker and quicker at the speedway. In 2022, for the Open Wheels 500, he entered as a privateer. He's now with the famed Team I5G. Hamilton, you may begin your qualifying run. So off and away he goes. And our first look at Team I5G in the Open Wheels 500 qualifying session. Hamilton's been doing a fair amount of endurance racing as well, which has been cool to see. Driving some LMP2s and whatnot. It's always good in the iRacing world to spread your wings and drive more than just what you're used to driving all the time. It really does help you. Now Hamilton is not going to cut it close to the extent as Wilson NATO did, but 5 seconds left on that outlap timer. You can see drivers are really trying to take advantage of every advantage that they can find, for lack of a better description. Still on the warm-up lap here for Hamilton A-Caboi. And now, look how late he waited to go. Oh, there is something about a static camera at Indy as well. But let's see what A-Caboi got in store for us. Warm-up lap complete. It's a slightly slower one as well. Seemingly wanting to try and get as much from those tires as mentioned. He's up in 6th gear right now. We'll see if that changes through the course of the run. Does he knock it down to 5th at any point? Get all that team information off the screen, ready to show you lap number 1. It's a good one, that's for sure. It's a 4.87. It's slightly slower than what Wilson NATO did on his first lap. But can Hamilton A-Caboi stick this around for 16 turns? I mean, he's arcing that car as perfectly as you could hope for. Let's ride over his shoulder. Lap 2 about to be complete. 5 miles done. It's a good lap 2, 5.74. But you can hear the scrub. Oh, he hits the inside. Now, surely that wasn't the ideal line. I've talked to World Championship drivers that have said the Open Wheels 500 miles qualifying is the most stressful thing they've ever done. Again, 3 attempts, that's it. Every time you go out, you withdraw your previous time. I think there was a bit of a bobble, but it is still a 6.86 on lap number 3. This is trending for provisional pole. I mean, he was mere pixels away from brushing the outside wall down through turn 2. 2 more corners. Oh, you saw the hands go neutral. Hold on. Hamilton A-Caboi comes to the line. And here with the 6th run of the day, final lap, a 39.817. And so for Hamilton A-Caboi, it should put him to provisional pole position. Good run out of A-Caboi. Carroll, please head to the on-deck zone. We're about 2 minutes ahead of schedule here, and so Carroll Stout gets the call next. With still, I think there's about 15 drivers left to go in group number 1. So Carroll has made his way over to the on-deck zone, sits there for a couple of moments as race control dots the I's and crosses the T's. Carroll, you may begin your qualifying run. Off and away for Carroll Stout. First run in Open Wheels 500 miles qualifying. The queue as it stands right now is got Niall McBride and Andrew Kinsella slotted in behind Crane and Olson, due up next, as we continue to work our way through group number 1. After group 1 is complete, there will be a brief hold before we get going with group 2. So step aside here on RaceSpotTV and be back again around 1 p.m. Eastern if you want to set your clock. So Carroll Stout has crossed the line. Now he is very, very close to the 200 mile an hour limit, but picks up some speed down through the short chute, trying to avoid being waved by race control. And now he fires it up. Here we go. Warm-up laps are 42.383. Right around in that ballpark from what we've seen from most of these drivers so far. The gold VOR entry as well. Is there more pressure when you have a gold car? I don't know. I've always wondered this. But then again, I wonder about a lot. Car looks pretty good for the most part, but there was a bit more scrub and also a bit more oversteer on occasion than maybe I would have thought is comfortable. It's a 39.614 for the first lap. It's faster than Ollie Mcowan, but I think Carroll Stout's going to be mostly comparing to his teammate, Julian Altena. And Julian, if we get to the right row on the spreadsheet, Julian did a 39.576, so actually not that much slower for Carroll Stout. Lap 2, pretty steady, all things considered. And I've got to say, pretty consistent as well. In fact, he ends up being quicker than Altena on lap 2. Nice. That's consistency. But he didn't feel as confident going up to the wall out of turn 2 on this third lap. He's starting to feel a little bit constrained by the car. I mean, he's keeping it within the peak rev range out through turn 3. Just drops below 11,500 RPM for a second through turn 4. It's geared up pretty well as well. What's the next one? 788. He's still quicker than Altena. Remember, Altena hit the wall on the 4th lap, so Carroll Stout might go quicker than his teammate. It's a very, very good run, I think. Julian pops into chat to say it's not hard to go quicker than him at Indy qualifying. Carroll's just got to keep it together now for one more corner. This might be a run that makes the field. Who knows? There's a long old way to go. Final lap is also in the 39s. And so he ends with a 7.53. Adam Crane is going to be the next driver. Adam, please reset your car and head to the on-deck zone. Again, all drivers asked to ensure they're not in the garage ready to go. So we'll get Adam to roll back to the on-deck zone and send him out. And again, still on cue for the most part and on schedule for these Open Wheels 500-mile qualifying sessions. As the 8th run of the morning is about to commence. What a great angle. Blocked by the wonderful grandstands. That one's blocked as well. Adam, you may begin your qualifying run. That's a better angle to see him off and away. For the first of the satellite racing drivers to roll for qualifying. So it will be our 8th attempt. So 7 previous drivers have gone out there. With 5 times on the board right now. Outlap timer, let's not forget, is rolling. I mean, ideally, you do what Hamilton A-Caboi did. You know, you'd put it, and maybe even Henry Bennett, right? Put it down into those 6s. Feel pretty confident about a spot maybe inside of the top 10. I'm not sure how close that would be to their personal bests. A question I'd be curious to ask them at some point. Adam Crane, going to be quite close in terms of time. Ooh. And he's just dropped below 200 miles an hour. So I think, unfortunately, Adam, your run has been waved off. Drop below, unfortunately, 200 miles an hour. Hit the yarder bricks before, or rather after the clock struck 0. And so, unfortunately, Adam Crane does not get to finish that qualifying attempt. So a couple of minutes then before we'll send out the next driver into the session. And if you're just joining us here live on RaceSpotTV, well, here's a quick reminder of all the action that is still to come. We've got Bump Day qualifying tomorrow again to kick off at 10 a.m. Eastern, run all the way through 5:50 p.m. Eastern, at which point we'll know the field of 33. They'll line up 3 wide, 11 rows deep on November the 23rd. They'll get one final practice session on November the 20th with which to use to finalize their race trim, get a sense for what the rest of the teams and drivers have brought to the Speedway. And we've still got 7 long hours of pole day left to go. We'll give the next driver in the queue a couple of more minutes before we ask them to head out onto track. But it is going to be the defending champion and the 2-time Open Wheels 500-mile race winner, Hugo Olson. That is the next to head out there. Niall McBride queued up after that before Andrew Kinsella, and then Liam O'Sullivan going to head out as well. For Chris Wilhite, Adam Blocker, Dylan Freckleton, Rashad Craig, Adam Hartzell, Brian Cowrie, Nathan Moore, AJ Muselman, Andrew Marquez, and then I think Connor Nixon, remainder of group number 1. Hugo, please head to the on-deck zone. And so, the number 1 heads out into the garage area. Oh, he's gone too far, though. Hugo, we need you to back up to behind the green cones, please. Oh, even the best make mistakes. Okay, right. Hugo Olson said something on the radio. Not quite sure what he said, unfortunately, but Hugo, you may begin your qualifying run. Kicks into gear. Oh, but he has just pulled to the side of the track. I, again, reminder, cannot hear what these drivers are saying in the sim. So, you say in sim, I have to type messages to these drivers. The only thing I can do is talk to them. I think that means that Hugo Olson has, unfortunately, used his guaranteed qualifying run. And so now we're going to have to queue up the next driver. Ah, okay, he had an unsafe pit entry. So that is what happens when race control tells you to do the wrong thing. Okay. Thanks, Hugo. Sorry, I didn't see the black flag. Let's send you out back to the on-deck zone. Thanks for letting me know. And he reset his car. Look at that. Even remembered, and I didn't even have to ask him. Hugo, you may begin your qualifying run. So once again, let's send Hugo out, this time hopefully with a little less drama. The joys of running an event all by yourself. I'll send a picture on the Open Wheels Twitter at some point today. I've got 2 microphones as well. It's fun. And when we started the morning, I sent a message to some of my friends. The microphone in sim decided not to work, so I got even more panicked then. Joys. So Olson still puttering around. The outlap timer is still working, by the way. Don't worry about that. We'll pop it up back on your screen. There's the right button. My word, Olson crosses that with half a second to go. I mean, that's a fine margin to play with. Staying well above the 200 miles an hour now, though. What's this warm-up lap going to be? Always quite curious how drivers approach that warm-up lap. It's one of the slower warm-up laps that we've seen as well, 42.799. So he maybe waits a little bit longer to go. And the car really squared up out of turn one, aggressively squared up. I think that's a good sign, I think. I mean, time will tell. Pole position for this race, maybe not the most important thing, but track position is definitely important. And so the Powerslide Motorsports driver back to the line. Lap 1. 39.508. So it's not slow. It's quicker than Henry Bennett. Slower than what Wilson NATO was able to put together. Hugh Olson, who's been busy at school completing his education, juggling all sorts of sim racing things, as well as competing as an athlete. I think he's in the long jump and even does some sprinting and running. Of course, also pursuing interests in engineering as well. Next lap around, 5.90. I think that's trending to potentially mean he might be quicker than A-Caboi on lap 3. 6.41 is the target, let's not forget, for the 4-lap average. The Swede runs back to the yard of bricks to start those final 2.5 miles. And that is indeed a very good lap 3, just quicker than A-Caboi. A-Caboi had a 6.86 lap 3. We're talking a difference of around 0.1 of a mile an hour. But Olson now hoping to try and dip below the 39.8s for the first time in qualifying today on lap number 4. Once again, the car got a little bit squared up out of turn 2, but that's seemingly turn 3, I should say, seemingly a good sign. That last lap, 39.6768, excuse me. So he does end up dipping below the 39.8s, and he becomes provisional pole sitter here at the Open Wheels 500-mile pole day. So as he resets back to pit lane, let's see. No Noel McBride ready to go. And so it means that Andrew Kinsella would be next up in the line. Give Andrew a couple of minutes before we roll over to him. And we'll get ready to roll him out. Have to get him to reset that car as well now that he's sitting in the garage area. That is our 6th time on the board. I think Noel McBride, indeed, not part of the queue, has missed his guaranteed run. We'll still have a chance to go later on, let's not forget. Andrew Kinsella, again, next up. And then after that, it will be Liam O'Sullivan, Chris Wilhite, and then Adam Blocker to roll out in group number 1. As pit lane begins to get increasingly congested in terms of the number of cars down there, having completed their runs. Andrew, please reset your car and head out to the on-deck zone. Saw the car reset. We'll see a driver pop in, I think, as well at some point. But I don't think there's a helmet behind the wheel. There we go. Making sure he has the right setup loaded, I have no doubt. Oh, the shambles. Can you imagine? I'm half joking because I've done that. I've made that mistake before, right? So, we've all done it. Let's be honest. We've all had the wrong setup loaded for a race. And if you haven't, good for you. You're smarter than I am. Andrew, you may begin your qualifying run. And so, Andrew Kinsella, the former setup builder for the Lionheart Racing Series, heads out onto track. He's come close on his fair share of occasion to having some big success here at the Speedway. He's been away from the sim racing world for a little bit of time. So we'll be curious to see if there's some rust to shake off as well. Adam Blocker says he's never raced a Q set, but he has Q'd a race set though. Yeah, there you go. Like I was going to say, have you done the other thing? It's so easy to do, especially when you have as many setups as some of these teams have. Now, Kinsella's going to get close to this outlap timer as well. Henry Bennett, the first driver, was very close too. 4, 3, 2... He's got enough time. I got scared for no reason. 200 miles an hour now to maintain around the lap for Kinsella. And now I think starting to pick up some speed as he passes the back straight halfway mark. Been quite fun so far. Fun because the stress hasn't built for these drivers, I think. That will happen the deeper we get into the day. 42.378 for Kinsella. Still the quickest warm-up lap from Wilson NATO, 41.917. If there's any sort of trend to keep an eye on there, remember he was the one that unfortunately hit the wall on lap 2, just pushing that little bit too hard. Kinsella back to the line. It's a 39.525, so it's a good opening lap. Not far behind his teammate Henry Bennett. Now, someone's telling a story about blowing up an engine in the YouTube chat, and now I've just got flashbacks to Watkins Glen. I think Adam probably still remembers what I'm talking about. Andrew Kinsella is going to head back to the Auto Bricks, though, with half this run now complete. 39.623 on the second lap, so he's actually been more consistent than his teammate Bennett. There's only 2 thousandths between them. Bennett's slightly quicker on lap 2. Oh, you saw how he swerved to the left. That was definitely not ideal. Maybe scrubbed a bit of speed. Had to travel an extra little bit as well. That's 3 laps done, 2.5 miles left to go. And even with that moment, Kinsella's third lap is still pretty good. He'll be hoping just to get maybe to a 6.85. I think that would be a pretty good target for this first run. Powerslide do have their fair share of drivers in the morning, to be fair. So expecting to see quite a few of their drivers up towards the front in these early morning stages. Last lap, 39.818 from Kinsella, so he does end up being quicker than Henry Bennett on the 4th of the laps in qualifying. And that will jump him up in the qualifying rankings. And I said 6.85. Kinsella goes one better than that. So there's Liam O'Sullivan, who is the next up to go. Liam, please reset your car and head out to the on-deck zone. So just ask him quickly to reset because we didn't see it as compared to Kinsella, and then we'll send him out. This is just one of those things to make sure everyone's on the similar playing field. One of the good things that we can have here in the world of iRacing. Equal weather conditions, equalize the track state as well to the best of our ability. Thank you, Liam. You may now begin your qualifying run. And appreciate all these drivers, their willingness to help us out as well. So now a third VOR entry out onto track. Carol Stout, Julian Altena, 5th and 6th provisionally. And now Liam O'Sullivan, ready to see where he stacks up. Oh, he's a Spurs fan. Oh, Liam. See, I grew up 10 minutes away from Highbury. So now I have to hate Liam. You see how this is? I should have known from the colors on that car as well. It's a Spurs-inspired livery. So I'm not an Arsenal fan anymore. It's okay. This is interesting though. He's in 3rd gear and pegged at 200 miles an hour. It's a very interesting way to make sure you don't dip below the speed requirement, the 200 mile an hour minimum speed. All sessions should have the same temperature as well, let's not forget, so they should be as identical as you could get. Here goes Liam O'Sullivan. First lap, 42. 3.22 on the warm-up lap. Car looks good out through 1 and 2. Nice smooth arc. Steering's bouncing around a little bit, but I don't think that's a problem. That's soft hands at work there. Not fast hands like Pato Award, soft hands. 39.616 on the first lap, so right around where Carol Stout was. These VOR cars very much rolling off the production floor. Pretty equally speeded, it would seem. Much like how I was watching Hugo Olson's car square up through the short chutes, Liam's doing a similar thing there, at least from what I saw through turn 3. Lap 2, it's a 6.94. So actually right now, he has matched what Carroll Stout had done through the first 2 laps. He was 2,000 slower on lap 1, 2,000 quicker on lap 2. Identical averages through these 2 laps so far. Identical. Sorry, just to drill that in. Identical through 5 miles. Not expecting it to still be identical, surely after another 2.5. It's an 8.55. Yeah, Carroll Stout did a 7.88, so Liam's lost a whole bunch of time on this 3rd lap. Ooh, closer to the wall than I think he wanted to be. This might actually be slower than Altena. That camera shot kind of obfuscated it. Not quite sure if he had to get out of the throttle. Here we go. Will it be a 39? No, it drops to a 40. 0.41 on the final lap. It means the average works out to an 8.02 and indeed ends up behind his teammate on the board. Another driver now complete. It's time to send out Chris Wilhite. Chris, please reset your car and head out to the on-deck zone. There we go. We see the car reset. This is something as well that sometimes can be, depending on how you get the car on the pit lane, hitting the reset button in the UI doesn't always reset it. That's why we're asking drivers to make sure they've reset. Nothing necessarily untowards about it. Chris is sitting patiently. Tell you what, let's let him loose. Chris, you may begin your qualifying run. Off and away for Chris Wilhite. So 20 seconds to go for Wilhite. It's been a while. In fact, the last time I think I commentated on Chris very well could have been Open Wheels 500 back in 2022. Don't quote me on that one, though. It's good to see him back, though. That is for sure. And I was talking with Tanner Watkins during the week, actually. Of course, the founder of this great race back in 2019. And he was just saying, you know, one of the things that's most remarkable to him is he came back, you know, competed in the iRacing Indy 500 this year. How cool it is to still have people from the community that have been here now for over a decade, right? But then to also have the new faces, the likes of the A-Caboi that when Tanner started this race weren't racing the IndyCar. 2022 was the first time we saw Hamilton, and now second in qualifying. 42.268 for Wilhite on the warm-up lap. He's off and away and ready to go for this run. And he is the first of the Indy Alliance racing cars to go out there, I think. Yep, no, I'm not mistaken looking at the sheet in front of me. Our first opportunity to see what they brought to the dance floor. Only thing missing from this weekend is Aaron Likens in the flag stand, making sure our drivers get the full, authentic flagging experience. Barney is no match for Aaron, who has commentated on his fair share of iRacing Indy 500s as well. We'll get the right thing queued up for Chris. 6:45 on the opening lap. So he's about a tenth slower than where Powerslide were. And I5G, I should say. A-Caboi in that mix as well. Is there going to be consistency across the 3 laps? Lap 2, here we go. 227 miles an hour on the first lap. Drops down to a 7.35. That's 226.5 miles an hour on lap 2. Confirmation from Altena that Liam O'Sullivan indeed did hit the turn 3 wall. Remember, here in open wheels, you can keep your foot to the floor and will power yourself out of those moments. It's looking okay for Wilhite. The car's not pushing too much, I would say. At least that's what I'm seeing. Maybe he would argue slightly differently. Third laps. Still pretty quick, only lost around 0.3 of a mile an hour. It feels great. Just listening to the sound of IndyCar at the Speedway. Month of November. What more could you ask for? There's an argument going on between Julian and Liam about whether Liam hit the wall or not. Regardless, out of turn 4, Chris Wilhite has avoided hitting the wall for 16 turns. What's lap 4 got? It's an 8.68. So pretty consistent across the 4 laps, I would argue. And Wilhite slots himself in front of Altena, but behind Carroll Stout. So that VOR time stacks up quite nicely. All right. 0.02 of a second across 4 laps. Crazy. Adam, please reset your car and then head to the on-deck zone. Never reset his car. There we go. I was about to say, Adam, naughty, naughty. Does it twice for good measure as well. There we go. Of course, this is an Adam blocker that when he raced in the 2022 Open Wheels 500-mile race would have also actually been an iRacing Indy 500 winner. Sorry, a real Indy 500 winner. Now this year, Powerslide Motorsports have become iRacing Indy 500 winners alongside their Open Wheels 500-mile success. So lots for Adam to enjoy here at the Speedway. Now, of course, lives in Indianapolis as well. Adam, you may begin your qualifying run. He is a race engineer on the number 78 for Juncos Hollinger Racing. We've seen a bit less of him, I think, in the sim world this year, of course, just because he has been a little bit more busy. Hard to blame him at the end of the day, right? Starting to go up through the gears as he does so. Let's quickly just show you that qualifying queue. Dylan Freckleton's going to be up next. Very much looking forward to seeing him. Qualified 32nd for the 2022 Open Wheels 500. Rashad Craig, Adam Hartzell, and Brian Carey starting to get towards the tail end of group number 1. How close is Blocker going to cut it to the 60-second limit on the outlap? He's left himself a decent margin and a decent buffer to the 200-mile-an-hour minimum speed as well as he navigates his way around the track. Thanks for your company so far here on RaceSpotTV. It's going to be a long day. We're about an hour or so into the coverage. 6 hours left on the qualifying clock. 6+ hours, technically. What did we say? Never trust a commentator and their math. Here we go. Blocker back to the line. Ready to start the 4 laps. I mean, that looks planted through turns 1. and turn 2. The challenge with Indy, of course, is take off as much downforce as you can survive with. That car's looking very, very good. What's it going to be? First time by. It is a 5:09, so maybe not the outright fastest first lap. But remember, Hugo Olson did a 5:08 on his first lap. Mleka is trending right where he needs to be. Second lap by, 6:06 for Mleka. So loses a bit more time to his teammate, and I don't think that run through 1 and 2 was ideal. Hugo Olson's time might look comfortable at the very top. Mleka will be hoping to try and slot alongside him in the middle of that front row. Remember, 3 wide formation to kick off the Open Wheels 500 on November the 23rd. One more lap to go for Mleka. 6:76 on lap 3. So he's clawed back actually a bit of ground to his teammate. I think right now he's still technically, unless he finds a bit more improvement on lap 4 as compared to A-Caboi, trending behind. Christian Steele jumps into the YouTube chat to say he'd rather DNQ, did not qualify, than lift C 2 years ago. Yeah, he tried 2 years ago to keep his foot in it. Didn't work out. Missed out on qualifying for the race. Of course, had already won the iRacing Indy 500 that year. I guess there were worse things in the world to happen. 7:95 for Mleka on that final lap. And so that's going to mean it slots him in just behind A-Caboi. 6 thousandths across the 4 laps on average. So make that 24 thousandths in total. Dylan Freckleton's going to be up next. Dylan, you may head to the on-deck zone. Ooh, and that car, flames all over it as per usual. It's looking great, looking splendid. Resplendent maybe is another word to use. Dylan, you may begin your qualifying run. And again, one of the few true privateer independent drivers that has really been a part of this community for a long time. You know, has tried to make the field of the Open Wheels 500 every year. And it is a difficult thing to do. It's always helpful having teammates, benchmarks to work against with your own driving. Same thing to be said in many ways for setup development as well. But at the end of the day, when you're by yourself, you've only got one benchmark, and you don't really know how it's trending to the performance of those around you. Let's see what he's got for us this year. Again, outlap timer clicks down, but he should be there just in time. And now 200 miles an hour to maintain for another 2.5 miles. The queue after this, Rashad Craig, Adam Hartzell, Brian Carey, and then the first of the World Sim Racing drivers, it's going to be Nathan Moore. And we'll just have 3 drivers left after that. AJ Muselman, Andrew Marquez, and Connor Nixon in this first session. before we'll have a bit of a break, seemingly around an hour or so, where the track will be open for practice for those in group number 1. And group 2 will then kick off at 1 p.m. Eastern, let's not forget. So, warm-up lap complete for Freckleton. Off and away he goes on the timed run. Look at him down below the white line in through the opening corner. Nice and aggressive to kick things off. Let's jump on board. He's got flames on the helmet as well. Is he going to channel the power of Ghost Rider here? Get a good run in to start the day? First lap. It's a good one. It's a 5.62. You can hear the tire scrub though. It's looking very controlled on the steering. It's sounding like it's going to be a painful 3rd and 4th lap. Still looking okay. Car always wants to drift off of the wall as you run down these straightaways. Next lap by. Continues to be good. 6.43. I mean, this could be just a shade behind Andrew Kinsella if it holds up. Into turn 3. I've got to say, this might be the most planted we've seen a car. There's a bit more lateral movement off of 4 than we've seen on previous laps. But this is remarkable. 7.31 on lap number 3. It's going to end up right around Henry Bennett and Andrew Kinsella at this rate. Dylan Freckleton with some magic to open up the morning. And this is the magic of qualifying, the magic of Indianapolis. Still looks good. That car might even have another lap underneath it. Here he comes. Has he just locked himself into the field? Dylan Freckleton loses some time on the last lap, yes, but a 7.12 average. That's going to jump him up in the running order. I have no idea what the bubble time is going to be. Could it be a 7? We'll find out. Rashad, you may head to the on-deck zone. And so here comes the black and green, the entry of Rashad Craig. All our camera angles get blocked off at this on-deck zone, which is maybe, to be fair, it's not where you expect people to be. Rashad, you may begin your qualifying run. The train keeps moving. Off and away we go. And now the driver slow rolling it off the pit lane exit. Stark contrast to the hustle with which they'll be exiting pit lane during the race under green flag conditions. Starting to pick up the speed now. He should reach the yard of bricks in time. And above 200 miles an hour. this edition of the warm-up lap is the real change, really, to the iRacing Indy 500 qualifying procedure. Outside of the top three, rather the fact that you only get 3 runs, whereas in the iRacing Indy 500 you get unlimited runs, you've got to make sure your tires can go, and you're not going at full qualifying speed. Yes, you're only doing 200 miles an hour. Sounds quite ridiculous to say it out loud. But it's less stress than you put on the tires in qualifying itself. So we've had 11 times on the board so far. This is our 15th run of the morning. Here he comes. Lap 1. We've had one Indy Alliance Racing driver set a time. That was Chris Wilhite. Don't think that was necessarily as quick as we were thinking they may be. 6:06 for the first lap for Rashad Craig. It's about half a tenth quicker than Chris Wilhite. It's not as much faster as maybe I was expecting. First lap for Freckleton, let's not forget, was a 5:62. So he, let's just put that run in context, very, very solid. It was really only on that 4th lap where we saw big fall off for Freckleton as well. Something to keep in mind. How much fall off for Craig, though, on the 2nd lap? It's a 7:17. Lost about a tenth. He's down below the white line, though. He's arcing the car very nicely. Could this just be a case of being a bit too trimmed out? And maybe not having enough speed? Because Wilhite's run looks pretty comfortable as well. What we are not, I think, seeing, though, is just that outright speed. I mean, speed still in excess of 370 clicks down to turn 1. I saw 373 on my timing screen. At lap 786 for Craig. So it's stabilized. He's actually lost less time on lap 3 than Freckleton did. He's probably still trending a little bit closer to the 753 of Carroll Stout. At the end of the day, though, get a run banked. That's really, I think, what these drivers would have been thinking about. So here comes Rashad Craig. 8.57 on the final lap, so that's going to mean for him a 7.42 average. Slots him in front of the Velocity Online Racing entry of Stout, and into 7th for the time being. Adam, you may head to the on-deck zone. Adam Hartzell, next up in line in that number 81 machine. Recent addition to the iRacing IndyCar community. Talking a lot with the teams and fellow competitors about where he thinks the cut line may be. And if he's got enough speed. Let's see. You may begin your qualifying run. So once more, let's click down on that 60-second countdown as the 16th run of the morning gets underway. And just a reminder, as this first group comes to a close, Brian Carey, Nathan Moore, AJ Muselman, Andrew Marquez, and then Connor Nixon. That's it. That's all we've got left to run in this first group. So once we've had those 5 drivers complete, we will take a break here on RaceSpotTV, and you can rejoin us right around 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific, as we'll get going for Group 2, qualifying another 22 drivers or so, and then open up a qualifying queue for the rest of the field. So Adam Hartzell's there in the nick of time as the Timer yet to hit 0 as he gets to the yard of bricks. Hovers just above the 200 miles an hour as well, out through the south end of the track. And there you heard, car shifts into the next gear and off and away we go. That board on the left is starting to fill up. I get the sense we're going to have a real battle for the cut line at some point. 42.305 on the warm-up lap. 212 odd miles an hour. Now, Adam Hartzell's a fellow golf enthusiast. At some point, we're going to have to convince him to come and play at the Brickyard Crossing. Remember, 4 holes of that golf course actually inside the infield. It's a wonderful experience. Played it with Matt Pavelski and Christopher Demerit a couple of years ago. Lap 1 complete for Adam Hartzell. 39.569. It's a good first lap. I mean, he's trending towards Freckleton right now. Another driver technically that could be classified as an independent, albeit running under his own team alliance. Wilson NATO no longer has the purple car. Instead, Adam Hartzell's taken that mantle over in the number 81, 80 to 81. There seems to be a lot of similarities there. Maybe Adam at one point can qualify as fast as Wilson if he finds a bit more speed. Could you imagine that? 7.35 on that second lap. So a bit more fall off than Freckleton, but it's still good. I think this is going to drop him around to the Rashad Craig, Carroll Stout, Chris Wilhite sort of ballpark. The view from the pagoda. What a wonderful place it must be to just sit there and take in qualifying. Lap 3 in the books, and it's an 8.17. So 7.07 the average right now. Needs to avoid a big fall off on lap 4. Otherwise, he's going to slide potentially out of the top 10. And again, this is what I mentioned earlier in terms of consistency. If you have a super fast lap 1, but a super slow laps 2 through 4, it can hurt you. And so finding that balance, understanding how you can take life out of the tire at every single stage of the run is quite important. It's a 9.65 on the final lap. And so it does mean a 7.72 average drops him behind Chris Wilhite. But Adam Hartzell is inside of the top 10 as it sits right now. Brian, you may head to the on-deck zone. So, a Canadian Brian Carey jumps into the car. And here we go. Brian, you may begin your qualifying run. Adam says he's played it a bit too safe in the YouTube chat. He felt the nerves. The nerves are real. That's what we've been saying. And now imagine the decision, right? Do you think that run is good enough? Do you need to go off and spend the next 3 or 4 hours trying to find a bit more speed in the setup and then come back later today to try and qualify again? Or can you just start thinking about the race, right? That's what the likes of Hugo Olson, Hamilton, A-Caboi are thinking about. The mindset's so important to figure out how to spend your valuable time building up to this great race. Brian Carey's going to cut it close, but he's there just in time, and he's just above the minimum speed as well. Group 1 starting to come to a close. Just a reminder, if you're joining us right now for the very first time, Nathan Moore, AJ Muselman, Andrew Marquez, and then Connor Nixon, the remaining drivers, left to go in group number 1. So Brian Carey finishes his warm-up lap. 4 time laps begin now. Brian, one of the drivers that races in virtual reality. I can only imagine the sweat that builds during a qualifying session. And maybe I should leave that to my imagination as well. Lap 1, what's Brian got underneath him? 5.59 on the opening lap. His teammate, Andrew Kinsella, did a 5.25. So Brian's looking to try and just hold on now with some consistency. Halfway through this run. Next lap is a 6.57. We're seeing about 1/10 of a second of fall off between laps 1 and 2 pretty consistently. Equates to around half a mile an hour in speed. We've only seen the one big crash as well so far in qualifying, which I think is a good sign. Drivers recognizing that they need to get something onto the board rather than put it all out there, at least right now. 7.25 for that third lap. So Brian's actually caught back up in some ways to his teammates. He's quicker than both Henry Bennett and Andrew Kinsella on lap number 3. Hoping again to just get below the 39.7. That's the ballpark that will probably get you into the race. One final corner navigated for Carey. And just now the run to the start line. Ooh, he lost a bit more time on that final lap than I think he would have expected. And so that does drop him outside of the 39.6s. But it's still a run. That puts him up in front of Dylan Freckleton. Nathan Moore, World Sim Racing driver, is up next. Nathan, please head to the on-deck zone. We've seen these WSR cars increasingly participate in events in this Dallara IR18. Still relatively inexperienced on the ovals, but this will be a good benchmark, a litmus test to see where they stack up. Nathan, you may begin your qualifying run. So here he goes. World Sim Racing as well, a team that debuted in an iRacing special event with quite a bang. It was the 24 Hours of Daytona earlier this year, where they won the LMP2 class in the top split, broadcast split as well. Good way to introduce yourself onto the scene. So he should be at the outer bricks before that timer strikes 0. And now just has to maintain the 200 miles an hour. Two more World Sim Racing cars are entered. Daniel Ferguson, team manager, is going to be the second to go in Group 2, so he'll be on deck at around 1:15 p.m. Eastern. Lucas Prada is actually then the last driver expected to go in the Group 2 running. Estimated around 2:55 p.m. So Nathan Moore. First qualifying runs in the open wheel 500-mile race underway. And a nice smooth arc through those opening 2 corners. Nathan, at the end of 2023, won the Radical Esports Cup UK Championship. It's a very difficult car to master, I've got to be honest, at Radical SR10. And we had Radical Cup North America supporting the IndyCar series this year, where they had fields in excess of 30, 40 cars on the norm. It's a relatively slow opening lap from Nathan Moore, though. In fact, that might be, I think, the slowest that we've had so far today. It's a 39.703. Let's watch these hands. Are they fast? Are they silky? Are they smooth? All of the above. Lap 2, by the way, was a 7.69. So not much fall off, but I just got the sneaking suspicion this is a car with too much downforce again. You want the car to be easy to drive, but when it's too easy to drive that you're losing speed, I think that's where the issue starts to become a bit of a problem. 8.38, lap 3. So outside of the top 10 as it stands right now. He might end up right around the 39.8 bracket depending on this final lap. So 2 more corners in what has been a very tidy and consistent run from Moore. Bit of a wiggle there. A side shuffle off the final corner. And the last lap ends up being a 9.36. It's an 8.12 across the 4-lap average for Nathan Moore. And so slotted now behind Liam O'Sullivan. Ollie Mcowan about 200 slower on average. So now the muscle man in a qualifying queue. AJ, please reset your car and roll out to the on-deck zone. Again, if you're just joining us, all drivers are asked to reset their cars. Just means that they haven't been able to build up any extra temperature or anything that might benefit them. The benefit of being here in the sim world where we can control the variables a little bit more. And if you are just joining us, we've only got 2 more drivers in this first group. After this, we'll have a bit of a break and we'll commence qualifying coverage once again at 1 p.m. Eastern. AJ, you may begin your qualifying run. Spools the engine up, and off and away the Muselman goes. Just over 6 hours left on the qualifying clock as well. The expectation is that once Group 2 qualifying is complete and the qualifying queue is open to all drivers, we'll have about 3 hours of running left to go. So enough time to have at least around 25, maybe 30 drivers go out in those final 3 hours. Will all depend on how quickly we can work through them. If there are any issues with drivers falling afoul of the outlap timer, the minimum speed on the warm-up lap, could get through things even quicker. Muselman has no issues with either minimum speed or the outlap timer to build up to get ready to go. He's going to punch the throttle here out of turn 2 and launch himself out for his qualifying run. "15 times, 3 drivers not able to put a time in this first group. Let's see what's in store. 42.682, slowest, I think, of the warm-up laps that we've seen so far. Muselman really trying to take advantage of every second that he's given to avoid building up too much temperature into the tires. Racing as a privateer for this year's event. Will he have a big smile on his face after qualifying? That's what we're hoping. Here we go. Lap 1, 39.605. There is quite a lot of scrub that I'm hearing from this car. Not sure if it's necessarily going to be a slow run, but only time is going to tell. Don't want to overload the tires, that is for sure. Lap 2 for Muselman. Triple sixes. So not much fall off between laps 1 and 2. I think that might be the least fall off between laps 1 and 2 that we've seen so far today, at least from a quick look, a quick glance down the qualifying spreadsheet. Can he stay inside of the sixes for a third consecutive lap? Answer's no, 7.23. So 6.65 is the average right now. If a 39.7 gets you into the show, I think the Muselman might just need a 39.77 or something, and that could be good enough. He's maybe a lane high out of turn 4. The only maybe criticism you could have of that lap. 7.23 last time. 7.53 this time. A Muselman's provisionally in the show. Very, very good time indeed. Less than 1/10 of a second. Splitting right now those front 7 technically, I guess. Maybe front 8. So, Andrew Marquez, please reset your car and head to the on-deck zone. Get him to quickly reset. We saw his helmet pop in for a second there. A nice tidy little run from AJ Muselman though. Putting it all together when he really needed to. Just Connor Nixon to go after this in Group 1, let's not forget. And then track gets opened for practice for these drivers to go out there and mess around for about an hour's time or so. Andrew, you may begin the qualifying run. So, Madworks and then number 36 out onto track. Camera's trying to pick up a car down on the pit access road. That's never going to work. Countdown timer, it's clicking away, ticking away. What's the correct term technically for a digital clock? See, because, Andrew dipped below the minimum speed. Andrew, you dip below the minimum speed. You've been waved off on this run. See, now the ticking is because an actual watch ticks in its movement. You hear the clicking, right? It's a digital clock doesn't have that same movement, right? It's a computer doing it all, but that's beside the point. Connor Nixon then, final driver in Group 1. Connor, please head to the on-deck zone. And again, final driver in Group 1. We'll have a bit of a break before we go once again for Group 2. Coverage expected to start around 1 p.m. Eastern in about an hour's time. Right, let's send Connor off then. Connor, you may begin your qualifying run. So off and away he goes. And just a reminder that the qualifying queue is well and truly empty. Group 2 will recommence later on this afternoon. And at the start of the queue, let's pop those names in. Baron Glover, Daniel Ferguson, Matthias Strauss, and Adam State. So that's what's left to come later on this afternoon. Connor Nixon's going to wind the car up, though. A bit fast for the warm-up lap, if I'm being honest. Let's see what this does. I think he's just making sure he's staying well above the 200 mile an hour minimum speed. It might just slightly hurt him, you know? All about wanting to keep the tires underneath you at the end of the day. In the Orbit Drop Bear Motorsport 002. Great to see the Orbit Motorsport crew after we saw Cam Dant compete in the VCO IndyCar Challenge on a number of occasions after slotting in as a reserve driver on a couple of occasions, then becoming a full season driver. 46.63 on that warm-up lap, so by far the fastest that we've had so far today. See some drivers in our virtual paddock talking about their strategy for their remaining runs, whether they're going to run today or tomorrow. I'm just glad I'm up here in the commentary booth, the race control booth, not having to think about those decisions. It's a 7.25 on the opening lap from Nixon. So that is now the slowest opening lap that we've had so far today. I think just by virtue, partially, of pushing a bit too hard maybe on that warm-up lap. Maybe not wanting to cut it too close to the minimum speed, but flirts with the wall out of turn number 4. 8.31 on that second lap. So has lost more than 1/10 of a second between the two laps. Will really want to avoid sliding into the 40-second bracket on the final trip around. There is something about these qualifying weekends that they're just special. They're engrossing, aren't they? Especially for the drivers at the end of the day, wondering if they will make the big show. And that's a 9.78 from Nixon on that third lap. So right now, trending towards the tail end of the field. Remember, this will not be waved off. But once we get to runs tomorrow, if there is a driver that has no chance of making the field, race control may elect to ask them to waive the run, not finish it off, so that we can move on to drivers in the qualifying queue that might still have a chance of making it. Connor Nixon does a good job to avoid sliding into the 40-second bracket on that final lap. It's a 9.90. It means he does stay within the 40-second bracket on all 4 of the lap times. As it stands right now, it does slide him into the final of the qualifying slots right now. So that means the qualifying runs in Group 1 are done and dusted. We will open the track for practice so these drivers can head back out there for the remainder of this individual iRacing session. And again, 1 p.m. Eastern, we will be back with coverage of Group number 2. We will scroll that on the bottom of your screen, and you will be able to keep an eye on maybe some of the drivers out for practice. Let's let them know. Qualifying for Group 1 has now been complete. The track is open for practice. Any driver that participated in Group 1 qualifying is able to go out and practice for the remainder of this iRacing session. Qualifying resumes in the next iRacing session with Group 2 qualifying. And so what we'll do is we'll take a brief break here on RaceSpotTV. We will leave you with the sounds of the speedway. And hopefully some drivers doing some qualifying runs. But at the same time, ooh, there you go. There's another driver off and away. That's Carol Stout, I do believe. Why don't we give you something to look at? If you're going to stick around for the next hour, again, not much going to happen here on RaceSpotTV. Go and grab your lunch, breakfast, dinner, whatever time of day it is for you. Why don't we throw up a little bit of what iRacing's been cooking up in the last handful of weeks and months. Show you some of that content, show you some of the pictures of the speedway, and we'll be back for Group 2 qualifying later here on RaceSpotTV.
pretty rare when you have a development studio that has a multiple decade relationship with their partner. It's pretty crazy to think that, you know, starting in Papyrus, you know, we've been working on NASCAR products since 1990. That was our first release of a NASCAR product. And so here we are 30 years later in a position to take our next giant step into the console space.
The partnership obviously has been tremendous. You know, best in class, obviously the simulation world, and now the relationship and collaboration that we've had, not only between NASCAR, but I would say a lot of the other partners in the industry.
Ever since I knew there was a chance that I would be able to revisit it. We spent a year ahead of time every single year trying to see if we can make the best.
If you assembled a group of our fans, I guarantee you 90% NASCAR Racing 2003, Daytona, or probably one of the mid-2000s EA titles. Think about this. We have the incredible talent behind each of these classes. I think that's it.
So we've got this amazing, we've got the iRacing physics. We put all that together.
I remember working back on the NASCAR Thunder series. We always have these really late nights, and we'll be sometimes having some downtime. Build to get done, and during those times, we fire up the Papyrus NASCAR racing series and have announcements between all the devs in the office. And one thing that we really admired about that game was the authenticity that it brought, and we always kind of bringing that side of things. So it's just a dream come true to be finally part of this team and to be able to bring that authenticity to NASCAR.
I think everyone has to be proud to see that here 21 years later we're still using the product, and many consider it still to be the best NASCAR game that's ever been made. What I'm very excited about though is what we're going to do in NASCAR 25. I think we have a group of people with monster pedigrees that have shook many that know what these our customers want from these products.
I think that there is a really game for NASCAR to connect with younger fans. The demographic in gaming is young, and honestly, you know, when you think about how you might have learned some of the and rules and intricacies of sport, you learn it from video games.
What drives me is kind of making a great game. And so I spend months and months working and then always like one of the highlights of my career is when you meet people like the Daytona series. Like one of my favorite moments of all time was the first time I went to the NASCAR license to get my credentials, and they found out where I was from. I was very proud of them, like they made the game.
NASCAR 25, honestly, is the game we've talked a lot about. But the ability to finally sort of put all the pieces together, take all of the core elements of what makes all of our teams great, and really deliver the game that we've always wanted to make, even 25 years ago, is amazing. It almost feels like a full circle moment. You know, we all started years and years ago, and we've all been doing this a really long time. It's super special to put this team together and be able to do it.
We're thrilled to have iRacing as our trusted partner, a team that has consistently delivered exceptional results for NASCAR for over 15 years. Stay tuned for more information as we continue to keep you updated on the progress of NASCAR 25 over the coming months.
coming through. We expect rain soon. Rain is close. The section has been declared wet. No sign of this rain stopping. Rain is clearing up. Rain should be gone for now. Nothing but sunshine all day.
decade relationship with their partner. It's pretty crazy to think that, starting in Papyrus, we've been working on NASCAR products since 1994. That was our first release of a NASCAR product. And so here we are 30 years later in a position to now take
The partnership with iRacing has been best in class. Obviously, the simulation world, and now they're doing constant collaboration with that, not only between NASCAR and but I would say a lot of the other partners.
Ever since I joined, knew there was a chance that I met with the lead designer. He spent a year ahead of me working I think that's incredible.
So we've got this amazing together, and we have the perfect recipe.
I remember working back on the NASCAR Thunder series, and we'd always have these really late and sometimes having some downtime where we'd have to wait for a build to get done. And during those times, we'd always fire up online based with all the devs in the office. And one thing that we really admired about that game was the authenticity that it brought. Bring that authenticity to the console side of things. So it's just a dream come true to be finally part of this team.
Everyone that worked on the 2003 season has to be proud to see that here 21 years later, people are still using the product, and many consider it still to be the best NASCAR game that's ever been made. I think what I'm very excited about is what we're going to do. I think we have a group of people with Monster and with Papyrus pedigrees that have shipped many NASCAR games, that know what these products do, that know what our customers want.
Honestly, when you think about how you might have learned some of the intricacies of sport, you learn it from video games.
What drives me is kind of making a great game. And so, trying to come up with the best of it. And then it always, like one of the highlights of my career is when I finally go step out and you meet people that lead and have been influenced by you. And so, NASCAR licensing to get my credentials. And I was from, and the entire crowd of them, like, they made the game.
NASCAR 25, honestly, is the game all sort of overlapped and crisscrossed our entire career, but the ability to finally sort of put all the pieces together, take all of the core elements of what makes all of our teams great, and really deliver the game that we've always wanted to make, even 20, 25 years ago, is amazing for me. And it almost feels like a full circle moment. We all started years and years ago, and we've all been doing this a really long time, but it's super special to put this team together and be able to deliver.
We're thrilled to have iRacing as our trusted partner, a team that has consistently delivered exceptional results for NASCAR for over 15 years. Stay tuned for more information as we continue to keep you updated on the progress of NASCAR 25 over the coming months.
Might be some rain coming through. We expect rain soon. Rain is close. The session has been declared wet. No sign of this rain stopping. Rain is clearing up. Rain should be gone for now. Nothing but sunshine all day.
Group 1 in the books here on pole day, and currently 17 drivers find themselves represented on the qualifying timesheets. And so Group 2 gets underway with another 22 or so drivers queued up and ready to go. Welcome back to RaceSpotTV and to coverage of the Open Wheels 500-mile race and pole day. My name is Arjuna Kankipati, president of the Open Wheels 500-mile race. Delighted to be here performing dual duties both in race control as well as on the broadcast. On the left side of the screen, you can see the clock ticking down. You can see the times that we had from the first session of the day. Hugo Olson currently on provisional pole position with a 39.633 average, equating to a 227.082 mile an hour average. Behind him, it is less than half, 0.05 of a mile an hour, splitting first and second. Hugo Olson, Hamilton, A-Caboi, and then Adam Blocker, Henry Bennett, Andrew Kinsella. So as it sits right now, Powerslide Motorsports have got 4 drivers inside of the front 5, with Hamilton, A-Caboi, Team I5G up on the front row as well. So qualifying going to resume in around 4 minutes' time. It's going to be Baron Glover that is first up in the qualifying queue before Daniel Ferguson, Matthias Strauss, and then Adam State become the rest of the drivers immediately ready to run. After that, it will be a chance for Christopher, Evan Adams, Jacob Oster, Gonzalo Romero, Seb Alexander, Alexis Newsom, Lucas Ladoo, Cam Dance, Mark Murphy, Jesper Orman, Matt Hollibaugh, Brandon Trost, DL Lemon, Pablo Diaz-Francis, and then Craig Forsyth, Sam Carasala, Christian Steele, and Lucas Prada. Should take us through to 43 drivers having attempted a run. We did have, in the first session of the day, Jason Wallet, Adam Crane, Andrew Marquez, and Wilson NATO failed to set a time. They'll be looking to queue themselves back up into the queue later on today after these second group drivers get their respective sessions done and dusted. Right, if you're joining us for the very first time, here's a quick rundown and a reminder of how this procedure works. Drivers have an outlap, of course. They've got to finish the outlap inside of 60 seconds, and then they get an additional warm-up lap. They must not go below 200 miles an hour on this warm-up lap, and then the timed 4 laps begins after that. These drivers expected to run for about 2 and a bit odd hours. We're expecting to have at least 3 hours, hopefully, for the drivers remaining in the qualifying queue afterwards to get their opportunity to go out and run at least once, maybe twice, to close out the day. The bump time speculation was that it might be around a 39.7 coming into the weekend. As it sits right now, we have got 6 drivers below that 39.7 bracket. And so AJ Muselman's just popped into the chat. Is it too early for post-qualifying wine, 11 a.m. on the West Coast? Well, adjacent to the West Coast, somewhat. It's already been a long day. It's going to get even longer. I'm sure I'm going to say all sorts of nonsense over the next 4 hours here, and then 8 hours tomorrow as well. Let's not forget, we've still got plenty of qualifying left to run. There's a look at the track itself. If you're wondering what the weather conditions are looking like, 49 degrees Celsius on the track. Relatively small amount of wind. It's 2 miles an hour in a northern direction, if I remember correctly. 55% humidity, which will be shared across all of the sessions. 3:35 virtual standard time on the 18th of May. Again, locked in across of all of the sessions. So, just 2 more minutes to go before we'll send the first driver out. I'll make that 45 seconds, I guess, actually. As that clock ticks away, top left of the screen. How nervous would you be feeling if you are in that 39.7 bracket? If you're in the 39.8, you're probably already thinking you have to run again. And so you're off maybe working on your setup, working on trying to make it even better, while watching along with curious intrigue as well, I have no doubt. Right, time for me to find that second microphone used for race control. Make sure I've got the right button. And as that clock ticks away, And officially, see, that clock's actually not interesting. So that's meant to be counting down to 5:50 p.m. Eastern, but now is actually 10:10 according to time.is. So, Baron Glover, you may roll to the on-deck zone. Let's get the first driver sent out then. Stops at the end of pit lane. And as I enter the time into the spreadsheet, Baron, you may begin your qualifying run. Off and away for the first driver in group number 2. As Baron Glover takes to the track. Hoping to have the right stuff in the wrong stuff machine. Somewhat of a contradiction, isn't it? The wrong stuff. You definitely don't want the wrong stuff. He's going to punch the throttle here. Pick up the speed. Otherwise, he risks being the 4th driver to have been waved off today. Got to be at 200 miles an hour by the time you break across the yard of bricks for your warm-up lap. It's going to be close, but I think he should just about get there in time. 2, 1. Yep, just about in time. Oh, but he's already dropped below 200 miles an hour. So, Baron, you drop below 200 miles an hour. Your run has been waved off. He will be sent back towards the pit lane. And now, it means into the queue jumps Daniel Ferguson. We saw one of the World Sim Racing drivers run earlier this morning. Nathan Moore with the 39.812. I was speculating, wondering, is there maybe a bit too much downforce on the car? Have to wait and see if they've been able to trim that car just a little bit. So we've got a schedule to stick to, but we'll allow a little bit of flexibility. So, Daniel Ferguson, please roll to the on-deck zone. That is one more of the white, black, and red entries that you can usually quite easily make out. Green wing mirrors for Daniel Ferguson. You may begin your qualifying run. And so, first attempt here in the Open Wheels 500-mile race. Remember, we've got a handful of rookies as ever participating, and I'm sure there will be much talk about who is the best rookie at the end of the qualifying sessions. Can hear him bouncing off the limiter, it seems, restricting the speed. Let's get the right cameras loaded up for this wonderful Dallara IR18. There we go. That's better. So waiting to increase speed a bit more until he rolls out of turn 4 in the case of Ferguson. And now off the limiter in 4th. Just has to make sure he doesn't scrub too much speed here, because he is riding a very fine line right now, hovering at 201 miles an hour. But tell you what, team manager, he's made that work. Here we go. Into 5th, and away he runs that car for his first run in qualifying. Car looks pretty good, I've got to say. The livery. It's a 42.944 on the warm-up lap. So that was one thing. You did see him wait quite late to shift up into 5th gear. Is that going to help him or hurt him? Pretty tidy through 1 and 2 for the first time. down to the north end of the track. Out of 4. It's been a good opening lap of the run for this driver. Can it continue? What was the first lap like as well? This is good. It's better than what his teammate did, 39.598. So they've definitely taken some downforce off that car. Trimmed it out just a little bit more. Nathan Moore did a 7:03 on the first lap, so that's a full 1/10 of a second that they've been able to pick up. Riding over the shoulder. We've been seeing on average about a 1/10 of a second fall off between laps 1 and 2. Close to the wall, out of turn 4 for Ferguson. It's a 6.90 this time by. So now an average of 6.44. Again, remember, we expect that anything in the 0.6s is probably comfortable. Like AJ Muselman, you can pick up the Vino. The hands have been quite steady. A good sign. Next lap, 7.63. So he's dropped off a little bit, yes. About a mile an hour from lap 1 to 3. But still, if he can keep this within a 39.8, even if it's a high 39.8, team manager for World Sim Racing will be feeling pretty chuffed. It's been a good run. A very good run to start off this second group for Daniel Ferguson. And across the line, breaks the timing beam. It is a high 8. It's an 8.79. And so a 7.33. I think he's going to be feeling quite good about that run. Puts him up into 9th position in front of Rashad Craig. So a big improvement. Look at Nathan Moore. Remember, 8.12 to a 7.33. That is not insignificant. Matthias, please roll to the on-deck zone. So Matthias Strauss, next driver, called into queue. In the Team Watson Racing number 28. And so at 1:18, let's send him. You may begin your qualifying run. And up the timer goes. And so next on deck is Adam State, Christopher, Evan Adams, Jacob Oster. The next drivers in the qualifying queue. Might end up missing a couple of those drivers. Don't see them in the session just yet, but we'll wait and see. 19 seconds left to go. Matthias Strauss has got plenty of time to wrap back around to the line on this out lap. And then to start the warm-up lap. 200 miles an hour to be maintained from the yard of bricks on forward. And so like a hawk, drivers watching their speed, much like race control, watching the speed as well. He also waits to ride around where Daniel Ferguson punched the throttle. And off and away. That car is being pushed now to its maximum. A 10-mile qualifying run ahead. And so the first of the Team Watson Racing drivers to the line. Warm-up lap is a 42.4. at 2.3 at 212 odd miles an hour. Looks good through 1 and 2. Work those weight jackers, the ARBs rather, to help you as well. Below the white line, looks quite good. It's a nice, gentle turn in and an arc to the corner. So 1 solid lap from Matthias Strauss. As 39.678 for number 28. As those times pop up onto your screen. Trying to see where this is going to place him. Ollie Mcowan did a 6.92 on the first lap. Maybe somewhere in that 39.8 sort of ballpark. Depend on what lap 2 is, to be fair. Back to the line. It is a 7.27, so only about half a tenth of fall off. Seemed like for a second he had to pull left hard out of turn 1. Hope that hasn't cost him some speed. Let's jump on board. A bit high there, about half a car's width from where he would have wanted to be. So 1 more lap for Matthias Strauss. It's an 8.31 on the 3rd lap, so he is still technically inside of the 39.7s. If he can stay inside of the 39.8s on this lap, he could still slide in front of Liam O'Sullivan. Trending to be a little bit further down through the field, though. One final lap to go. Here we go. Ooh. Drops for a second, but hopefully no concerns for him. Punches in a 9.29, not a 9.28 on the final lap. And so the average still technically inside of the 39.8s. I think Strauss will be happy with that. Slides himself up into 15th. So the next driver in queue is the second driver from World Sim Racing in the second group to go. Adam State, you may roll to the on-deck zone. Keep this queue rolling in the early stages, trying to make sure we give as much time at the end of the day for people to jump into the qualifying queue and give us a little bit of drama. Adam, you may begin your qualifying attempt. And so, outlap timer clicks into its counting mode, and off and away goes Adam State. So, his target surely is to try and match what Ferguson was able to pull together. So a 7.33. And now he starts to build up the speed. Here we go. Looks as though we have 2 drivers not in the session in the queue next, so we might have a bit of a hold before Jacob Oster gets sent out onto track. And then Gonzalo Romero, Seb Alexander, Alexis Newsom, and Lucas Ladoo going to be up in the queue after that. Warm-up lap now for Adam State. Has a decent amount of experience in this car, to be fair. Another driver that we saw in the VCO IndyCar Challenge, powered by Open Wheels this summer. And so just now waiting for him to start to increase the speed. He's electing to wait a bit longer than what Daniel Ferguson did, but now off and away he goes. Very interesting approach. Warm-up lap's not that slow by any means, 42.987. Most of the drivers have been in the lower end of the 42s for the most part on the warm-up lap. Good run out of 1 and 2. Pretty good through 3 and 4 as well. Although struggling to get the car down through that final corner. Every single corner here drives so differently as well, so you're always just trying to stay in front of the car. 39.718 first lap around for Adam State. That's closer to what we saw from Nathan Moore. So I think really goes to show that Daniel Ferguson got the most from that car. On board. Watch the hands here. Pretty smooth. How much fall off on lap 2? It's a 7.92, so drops less than a tenth. But he's still falling behind his teammate Nathan Moore. Back into turn 3. Just looks like the car's got too much downforce once again. It's looking pretty comfortable, but comfort comes at the cost of speed. And it's a fine margin to play, knowing that you've only got your 3 attempts in qualifying. That is for sure. Next lap is an 8.34, so that's going to put the average up to a 7.81. He's had less fall off, though, between laps 3 and 4 than his teammate. That's something to keep in mind. He's picked up a bit more speed then. Can he continue that consistency? Might actually be able to give himself a pretty good showing in those final 2 laps. Across the yard of bricks, it is a 9.66, and so that's going to mean, unfortunately, drops just behind his teammate, but in front of Ollie Mcowan. So I think we're going to see a couple of those World Sim Racing cars maybe later today, if not early tomorrow. So as mentioned, don't see either of the next 2 drivers in the session and ready to go. And so it means the presumptive qualifying queue now stands a little bit more like this. Jacob Oster going to be next up in line with, after him, Gonzalo Romero, Seb Alexander, and then Alexis Newsom. So 2 Team I5G drivers to come in a few moments' time. And Jacob Oster was scheduled to run at 1:40 p.m. Eastern, so we'll give it about a 5-minute delay before we get to Jacob. We'll just let everyone in the session know as well. We'll have about a 5-minute delay before we pick up with the next driver in qualifying, as we have 2 drivers not here right now. And so, session has been made aware. Let's step aside for a few minutes' time here then. Why don't we check out some of the new stuff that iRacing has been working on? Of course, we're still waiting for these Dallara IR18s to get the rain. I tell you what, it has been quite remarkable how that has changed the racing. iRacing's brand new weather system.
Might be some rain coming through. We expect rain soon. Rain is close. The session has been declared wet. No sign of this rain stopping. Rain is clearing up. Rain should be gone for now. Nothing but sunshine all day.
It's been a real game changer in some of the special events. Not necessarily going to be such a concern on these ovals. But we know just how interesting rain races can be with this Dallara IR18. Got a couple of minutes. Let's chat to one of the drivers. Adam Blocker standing by, qualified provisionally third. Adam, talk us through your 4 laps. How did it feel out there? The average at 39.647.
I mean, our car felt pretty comfortable. We worked a little bit, just because this format, you only get 3 shots at it, as I'm sure you've been talking about it throughout the day, and you really just want to kind of get into the field comfortably, at least for us, and not have to worry about it. So, yeah, the car was really safe, probably too safe, and I was probably too safe with my tools. My first 2 laps weren't very good, but, at the end of the day, I'm happy with the run because I think it'll be top 10, and I shouldn't have to go back out again. So.
When you talk about being safe, something I've been speculating is some teams maybe have a bit too much downforce on the car. Is that something that you would be thinking about as well, taking a bit more out to be a bit more risky?
So with how the car is, like, you're really only locked into a couple downforce configurations. I have seen some cars out there with which you can see it too. Some people have step 3 on the front wing and some people are running step 2 on the front wing. Like I think AJ Muselman was a great example. He has like the fastest lap 4 still, and he had step 3 on the front wing. So he just had a kind of very consistent run with low deg, and it's working really well for him. And some other people have had that too, and they haven't fared as well. But we kind of just took our May setup, and then typically on an Indy qualifying run, you're really on lap 4, the right rear is screaming. So you're doing things mechanically and otherwise just to keep the right rear temperature down. And this format, with the extra warm-up lap that we have to do compared to May, makes it, and the track temperature is also higher than May was. We have to go safer on that. Otherwise, you'll spin without even having a chance to save it. So.
Well, and we did see Wilson NATO's running a similar setup. He strayed a bit too hard over the line. So you can, even with a similar setup, you can find yourself in trouble. Adam, thanks for coming to chat with us for a little bit. I'm sure you're going to be going off to focus on the race setup. And hopefully, all things going as they are, we'll see you on November the 23rd for the Open Wheels 500-mile race and the fourth running of the race.
Yep, yeah, enjoy qualifying. Thanks for putting this on, and hopefully you don't get too bored over the next 4 hours. It should be exciting, though. A lot of people bumping into the field pretty soon, so it'll get interesting by the end of the day.
4 hours today, 8 hours tomorrow. I'm sure will be pretty interesting. Adam Blocker coming to speak with us very quickly. Let's go, though, back over to the track where it is time to get the action back underway. We've waited for a brief lull in the action after a couple of drivers did not show up for their scheduled time. It means now we can send Jacob Oster to the on-deck zone. Whenever you're ready, Jacob, please roll. Oh, and we don't even get the green and gold Jacob Oster paint. Instead, we get the white, purple, and gold, which we'll take it. We will take it. We need a better camera, though, to see where Jacob is. There he is. Jacob, you may begin your qualifying run. And off and away. Second i5G driver of the day goes. Remember, Hamilton A-Caboi right now is locked in between two power slide drivers. 6 thousandths in front of Adam Blocker. 8 thousandths back from Hugo Olson. Alexis Newsom's due up in a few moments as well. So these are some of the drivers that we should expect to see punching up towards the front and making a good account of themselves. Remember, drivers were permitted to choose whether they wanted to qualify in the first group or the second group, so it's all just about the scheduling. The track's identical. Track state, track temperature, same for everybody. Outlap timer, no concern for Oster. Now he's just got to keep above 200 miles an hour. And so some teams have done this differently to others, right? So we saw with Ferguson, for example, I think it was, right? His gear, his fourth gear was pegged at effectively 201, 202 miles an hour. And so his foot was buried to the floor with the amount of downforce the car had. That was okay. They weren't losing speed through the corners. Eventually then, of course, shift up a gear, car starts to accelerate, and off and away you go. Speaking of, Jacob Oster across the line. 4 laps begin now. A bit of scrubbing through one. But it's a fast line, that's for sure. The Demerit engines are working hard. And if you also want to be powered by Demerit engines, head over to Team i5G's Twitter account, where they have released the logos that you need to have Demerit engines power your Dallara IR18. That is a rocket of a first lap, a 4.67. It's the fastest we've seen all day. 228 miles an hour. Can he back it up, though? He's looking for a 5.5 on this next lap. If he can hit that, he's looking golden. It's another good lap visually. What's the clock going to tell us? A 5.71. It's still the fastest second lap that we've seen all day. 227.439 miles an hour. This is going to the top, isn't it? He's on top of those ARBs, the weight jacker. I mean, he's not leaving anything on the table in terms of line right now. This might be perfect. Maybe could have given a bit more room. I left a little less room, I should say, through turn 4. 6.84 though. It's not the fastest third lap. It's the third fastest third lap that we've seen all day though. He's still trending for pole as it sits right now. Hugo Olson's last 2 laps were where he made back some ground. It was a 39.768 for the Swede. He was slightly quicker on lap 3 than Oster. What's lap 4 for the Worm, the Spaceman? 8.64. He loses a bit too much ground. It's going to drop him down to what is a tie with Adam Blocker. Now this will take us a second just to dial in on the timesheet. So we will have a moment here before we get the next driver up on the cards. Oster's lap 4 was a 8.64. At least for the time being. I think provisionally a tiebreaker should be applied such that Oster slips behind because he set the time second. And so now that that adjustment is applied, it will be reverted at the end of the day. Now their lap times are still identical. It's just a very marginal speed difference. My days. Okay. Gonzalo, please head to the on-deck zone. Next up, Gonzalo Romero. In the Necki Racing Team, number 97. We'll see Pablo Diaz-Francis up later as well in the gray and pink colors. Let's just get things entered into the spreadsheet. You may begin your qualifying run. I'm still a bit, sorry, I'm speechless right now. The fact that we had an identical average. Oh, this is wild. This is wild. Remember, Brian Carey and Dylan Freckleton are split by 1/1000th of a second across of the 4 laps. So Adam Blocker and Jacob Oster. Oh, man, this is Indy. This is Indy. Anyway, let's focus on Romero. He should hit the yard of bricks, no problem. Just confirmation for you watching along. And now 200 miles an hour, the minimum speed to maintain on this lap. He's one of the drivers who's actually losing a bit of speed through the corners compared to what they're doing on the straight. But still fast enough to stay above the speed, and now off and away he goes. Remarkable. A tie. A tie in qualifying. And again, the only reason why Adam Blocker is in front of Jacob Oster is he set that time first, just to make sure we're all on the same page. Anyway, Romero, good through 1 and 2. Warm-up lap was a 42.243. Works out around 213 odd miles an hour if you're curious. Thunders out of turn 3. And a very, very good line out of turn 4. Stopwatch is going to say a 39.564, so a decent opening lap actually. Car is looking very comfortable, and that's the main thing. That's what Adam was saying as well, right, when we chatted with him. You need a car that you can trust, and maybe some of them are going too safe, but they'd rather just be in the top 10 and not have to go out again. Hey, look at me. rhyming out here in the race control and broadcast booth. 668 on lap number 2 for Gonzalo Romero, which actually is keeping him right around where Dylan Freckleton was. So this could be another very impressive lap time. And so the bump line could right around be where Carey, Freckleton, Ferguson, right around where they sit right now. He is starting to wash up a little bit more, I'm seeing. So I think probably scrubbing a bit more speed as well. Very consistent though, 7.32. I mean, he is a couple of thousandths behind Dylan Freckleton right now in terms of how they were trending. I would not be surprised if this is down in 10th, right between Freckleton and Ferguson. And again, we'll see a second of the Necky Racing cars later today. Pablo Diaz-Francis. But first up, it's Gonzalo Romero, who completes his run in qualifying with an 8.44. And I tell you what, he's gone faster than Brian Carey. Very, very impressive run. That final lap really where it was all coming good. And slides his way up into 8th position. Seb, you can roll to the on-deck zone. So a very, very good run from Gonzalo Romero. I think he can call it right now. I think he can go and focus on the race setup. If that's not good, boy, we've got some fast times still yet to run. Indy Alliance Racing's number 49. You may begin your qualifying run. Off and away he goes. So I'm still, oh man, still speechless about the fact that we've had to have a tiebreaker applied on day one, and it's for the front row. Oh, things like this are crazy. It's crazy. I love Indy. Oh, how much I love this place. It's so special. There is something about these hallowed grounds when you step into the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, whether it's with 350,000 people on race day for the Indy 500 or just there for an event with Porsche where there's 1,000 people there, it's special. Now, I think Seb Alexander did not get to the Yard of Bricks in time. So we'll let him very quickly continue the run. But he may get waved off here. We'll just do a quick review. And double check. So give us a moment here. Seb, your run has been waved off. You did not complete the outlap in time. So went back to the review, slowed it down, and confirmed that Alexander unfortunately did not make it to the Yard of Bricks in time. It's very, very marginal. All drivers are given the same threshold there. Right. It means next up in the deck now will be Alexis Newsom. We're just making sure we get everything into the race control spreadsheet correct. And again, we are a little bit ahead of schedule as well. So just a reminder, we might have a couple of lulls in the action here or there. Targeting staying no more than about 5 minutes ahead of schedule. So drivers who are scheduled to run later on in this group are not caught out. Alexis, you may head to the on-deck zone. Just please reset your car before you head there. So Alexis Newsom making sure to reset her car. And she will head to the on-deck zone. You may begin your qualifying run. And so once again, that outlap timer is going to spring up for you to track. Next, 4 in queue. Lucas Ladoo, Cam Dance, Mark Murphy, and Jesper Orman. So do have a handful of the Indy Alliance Racing drivers still in the line. Queue as it stands right now. Lucas Ladoo. As mentioned, if you're wondering. Matt Holliver, Brandon Strauss, DL Lemon, Pablo Diaz-Francis, Craig Forsyth, Sam Carasala, Christian Steele, and Lucas Prada, the remaining drivers in group number 2. So here goes Alexis Newsom, the third of the Team I5G drivers after what was a very good run from Jacob Oster. Very good run, let's not forget. Get that off your screen. Not sure why the outlap timer still needs to be there. Alexis Newsom, of course, a Lionheart Racing champion. Came so close in 2022 to an iRacing Indy 500. Right, warm-up lap complete, and it's a fast one as well, into the 41 seconds. So does not want to hang around. So Oster's first lap, remember, fastest we've seen all day. 39.467. Works out at 228 miles an hour. Now, Newsom scrubbed a bit more speed than I maybe would have wanted to see out through 3. Does it impact the time, though? That's really all that matters. 39.571. So not as quick, but maybe looking for a steady benchmark to ensure she makes the field. So 5.71 on lap 1. Can she avoid dropping more than 1/10 of a second? Lap 2, a 6.49. So, yes, avoids dropping more than 1/10 of a second, but trending closer now, I would say, towards... not far away from, I think, AJ Muselman. Will depend on what these next 2 laps are looking like. Muselman 6.87 was very, very good. Gonzalo Romero 7.02 was very, very good as well. I think that's what, again, could be our provisional sort of bump line, being just behind them. It's a 7.30 on the 3rd lap. So it's dropped behind Muselman in terms of lap 3 pace, but it's still actually, I think, in front in the average as it stands right now. It will all come down to this 4th lap. Ooh, you could see there. There was a moment. What's the clock going to tell us, though? What was the impact on the run? Is she still in the 39s? No, she drops to a 40.150. And I suspect we may end up seeing Alexis Newsom again. '16th on the board after what was looking to be a pretty decent run. Comes unstuck. And so now it's time for Lucas Ladoo in the Nexus Esports with Bearcat Motorsports number 7 to be called up into the queue. Lucas, you may roll to the on-deck zone. Can see a couple of the drivers sitting there after their runs, waiting to maybe see if they'll go again. Lucas, you may begin your qualifying run. Off and away for another driver that we got to see towards the end of the VCO IndyCar Challenge, powered by Open Wheels. After him, Cam Dant. Now, what time is it for Cam in New Zealand? 7:50. It's not that bad for him. After that, Mark Murphy in the Indy Alliance Racing entry. Jesper Orman as well, before Matt Hollebaugh gets us down towards the final 8 or so names left in group number 2. Lucas looking good on the outlap timer, if you're wondering. I think we're more now going to be looking towards the 200 miles an hour. Here's another one nestled at basically 202. Just going to hope that he doesn't drop down too much. Through turns 1 and 2. Just avoids scrubbing too much speed, it would seem. And he's off to the races. Hamilton A-Caboi easy jumps in to cheer on Ladoo. A driver who, by the way, does plenty of work with his Formula SAE team. If you're a university student looking for something to do related to motorsports, FSAE is a great way to get involved. Highly, highly recommend. Looks good. Through 1 and 2. That point of the day, isn't it, where once we're into those final 10 or so names before the qualifying queue starts to open, where drivers start to think about, right, am I jumping into the queue or am I not? Am I waiting for tomorrow or am I going for it today? First lap for Ladoo. What's it going to be? 39.606. Lucas, you can return to the pit lane and you will be allowed to restart your run. Apologies for that. DL Lemon has been disqualified from qualifying for going out on track during another person's run. As you heard, Lucas Ladoo mid-qualifying run unfortunately has another driver out on track. And so immediately, apologies to Lucas. That is not what is expected, unfortunately, here in the Open Wheels 500-mile race. And so again, we will not charge Lucas with a run for that attempt as he heads to the on-deck zone. Lucas, can you just reset for us one more time and head back to the on-deck zone? Thank you very much. This is a challenge into which as well, right? There is no real equivalent to in the real world. Someone did that in the real world. Yeah, that would be something. Again, Lucas, my apologies for that. You may begin your qualifying run when you are ready. I'm still a little bit speechless. I've seen a lot in my days in sim racing. I'm hoping now just the best for Lucas at the end of the day. Liam O'Sullivan's in chat saying it happens in the real world as well. Makes me feel a little bit better. Anyway, here goes Lucas again. Second time in qualifying. Does mean that we're, I think, back on schedule now. Lucas was scheduled to run right at 2 p.m. Eastern. Now, you let us know in chat. Do you think this is a benefit or a something that will hurt him? The fact that he started one run, had to bail out of it, and now prepare himself again. As Craig Forsyth says, I hope this run he goes even faster. Oh, I forgot to drop that graphic from the screen, but yes, he made the outlap in time. He stayed above 200 miles an hour so far. Just keeping an eye on some of your comments in the YouTube chat this time around. 42.707 warm-up lap for Ladoo, second time of asking. It's been a decent lap, but it's always so hard to tell. Is it quick or is it comfortable? The two don't always go hand in hand. A 6.10 on the opening lap. It's not a bad run so far. Looked as though the car darted a bit there through turn 2. We have around 50 minutes left in this session before we move on to another session within the iRacing service. Same weather conditions. Just an opportunity to make sure that there's been no track evolution. Lap 2. It's a 6.92 for Ladoo, so he's still holding on pretty consistently. I mean, I still remember Catherine Legg's interview from this year during the 500 where she was asked what's it like in qualifying, and she said, well, do you want the race car driver answer or the real answer? This is one of the most terrifying things you could do. It's scary in a sim as well, trying to hold on to a car that's trying to slide out from underneath you. 7.74 on lap number 3. Trying to figure out where Ladoo may slide. There's a possibility he could be in front of Carroll Stout and Rashad Craig, but it's going to take a decent final lap, I think. Uses up as much track as he feels comfortable with out through the short chute. He's bounced back from the adversity well, you got to say. Second try, still his first run. It's a 39.876. That might be enough. 7.38. Ooh, he slides in front of Craig. Very well done by Lucas Ladoo to put himself 12th onto the board. So now the driver based down in New Zealand, he's the next up on deck. Cam Dance, you can roll to the on-deck zone. Orbit drop bears number 6. We saw Connor Nixon slightly earlier. Have they found a bit more speed? Dial out some of that downforce? We're about to find out. You may begin your qualifying run. And off and away goes the outlap timer. Officially now, 24 cars on the board. Which does mean that if every driver remaining in the queue is able to set a 4-run lap time, or four-lap run, there you go, words are difficult, that will mean that we have officially bumping in effect. We will have more than 33 cars qualified, and suddenly there will be drivers on the outside looking in before we even get to bump day. Remember, drivers that finish qualifying today drivers who qualify today are in the Fast 33, start in front of drivers that qualify tomorrow. So there is some importance. Let's say Lucas qualifies 15th overall, but there's only 2 drivers in front of him that qualify tomorrow. He moves up to 13th, right? So you always want to try and ensure you're not qualifying tomorrow. A, to start further forward. B, to have as little stress as possible. So Cam Dant's going to now head to the yard of bricks and begin his qualifying attempt. It is the 31st qualifying attempt of the day, and off and away he goes. Looks good. Through 1 and 2. Connor Nixon's first lap was a 39.725. So that's kind of what we're waiting to see if Dance is going to be able to best. He'll pop up once he crosses the line. First lap complete, 3 left to go. And it's a 5.63, so it is 0.2 quicker on that first lap. That puts him right around, potentially, a Dylan Freckleton, who did a 5.62 on the first lap. Love these camera angles that we're getting, running you around this track. It is a big facility as well. That is the thing that you really feel when you're there. At Daytona, you can see the entirety of the 2.5 miles from the grandstands. Not at Indy. It's more compact. It feels a lot more intimate. 6.62 on the second trip around IMS. He's right around Dylan Freckleton right now. That's 7.12. That's the target. 3 hours and 40 minutes left to go in the day. Hugo Olson, provisional pole sitter, looking pretty comfortable right now, you'd argue. Third lap by. It's a 7.86 from Cam Dance. Just had to double check. Oh, and he hits the wall. Out of turn 2. Will he wave it by himself? Remember, Alexis Newsom dropped down to 17th with her issue on the final lap. It's likely to be a lap time in the 42nd bracket, if not in the 41s. At least the right front still attached to the car. And after a moment with the wall, it's a 41.291 on the final lap from Cam Dance. He'll feel a little bit disappointed, I'm sure. But it was looking good until that point. Mark Murphy is up next. You can see him sitting there, ready to go. Mark, please reset your car and then you can roll to the on-deck zone. Sorry, Mark, we didn't actually see your car reset. Can you quickly just do that and then you can roll back out. All good. Just making sure everyone's got the same car, let's not forget. And so Heat will head to the on-deck zone as the next Indy Alliance Racing driver to head out onto track. Thank you, Mark. You may begin your qualifying run. Timer kicks into gear once again. As we continue working our way through this qualifying queue in Group 2. Jesper Orman, Matt Hollebuck, not up twice, unfortunately, as much as I'm sure he would have loved an attempt to be able to do so. There you go. That's the order as it sits right now. And after that, Craig Forsyth, Sam Carasala, Christian Steele, and Lucas Prada. Might have time for some runs after that in the session. We'll have to wait and see. Murphy's going to get to the line with plenty of time to spare. And so now it's all about the 200 miles an hour. Keeping well above it, doesn't want to risk anything. And now starts to go up through the rev range. The best of the Indy Alliance Racing qualifiers right now is Richard Craig with that 7.42. Chris Wilhite 7.55 as well. I think Mark Murphy's going to be hoping he can really stand up now and deliver. 41.7, the warm-up lap. And off and away he is on his full lap run. Remember, we've got 8 more hours of this qualifying tomorrow. Expecting it to probably be a little less busy in terms of back-to-back runs. But the runs that we will have will be very, very important. Drivers electing when to use the remaining 2 runs that many of them will have left. Some trying just to play chicken with others. Lap 1 for Murphy. It's a 6.70. His teammate Chris Wilhite did a 6.45. Richard Craig did a 6.06. Car's looking very comfortable, but again, maybe Indy Alliance Racing just carrying a bit more downforce than some of their competitors. Let's jump on board. Oh, he hit the wall. He definitely hit the wall. How big an impact will that be? It's a 39.884, so actually didn't lose as much time as maybe I thought he did. But I'm getting the feeling that Murphy, alongside of potentially the likes of Alexis Newsom, Julian Altena, and those behind, are those that are thinking about needing to go out for additional qualifying runs. Lap 3. Has he been able to claw back some time? Yes, he finds about 0.08 of a second on that lap. So it was a mistake on that second lap. And once more, mistake can be so costly. Ooh, washed up and hit the wall once more. You could see that one coming. Does he drop into the 40s on the final lap? Yes, he does. It's a 40.043. It is a time on the board at the very least. Although I think we know Mark Murphy very capable of going faster than that. Jesper, you may roll to the on-deck zone. And so now, Murphy's teammate. It's Jesper Orman that gets the call up into the on-deck zone. And once again, we get the view hidden until we switch cameras. You may begin your qualifying run. Don't want the drivers to sit there for too long by any means, so off and away goes. One of the drivers that has really shone in this open wheels 500-mile race over the years. It was in 2020 where we really saw the ability to work with limited resources and small teams, maybe unfavored by the big communities, and able to get the speed and lap time together. After that, the team has just continued to grow. Three Crowns Racing was what they were called back then. Now reflecting their more international nature. Rechristened the Indy Alliance Racing. His nickname is the Conqueror. There's a story behind that, which we'll tell at some point. Right now, on his warm-up lap. Hoping to try and be the best of the Indy Alliance Racing drivers so far. Yeah, so his nickname, the Conqueror, it comes from one of the VCO IndyCar Challenge races powered by Open Wheels earlier this year, where we had everyone sending us their driver webcams. Jesper's webcam had a portrait of himself depicted as a conqueror is the wrong word. I forget exactly. A royal? A regal? Whatever. I'm probably finding the wrong words to describe it. But it was really cool. And Joey Tebben, being the punny guy that he is, instantly harped on it as the Conqueror. So his nickname was born and will stick on RaceSpotTV evermore. So first lap. It was a good 1 and 2. Let's watch the hands from this roll hoop. It's going to be a 39.578 on the opening lap. So he is the fastest of the Indy Alliance Racing drivers on lap 1 that we've seen, although that did not look as comfortable through 1 and 2 as you would have wanted on what is just the second lap here. Jesper would love to put himself in the race and not have to focus on going out once more and dial in that qualifying race setup rather than tweaking a qualifying setup. You have to believe that. Next time by, 6.83. So he's lost a decent amount on lap 2. Still trending in just in front of Daniel Ferguson right now. Although behind Dylan Freckleton. Again, Dylan Freckleton qualified 32nd for the 2022 Open Wheels 500-mile race. You've got to give him his credit. You've got to give Gonzalo Romero credit. AJ Muselman as well. There's been some blistering runs so far from some drivers that might have been unfavored. 777s on lap 3. He's falling behind Freckleton now, and he's dropping into the clutches of Ferguson in some ways here. Needs a good final lap, does Jesper Orman. What's it going to be? One more blast to the line. Can he minimize the fall off on this final lap? It's an 8.24. He does minimize the fall off. That's going to put him up to 11th. So does slide in front of Daniel Ferguson, although 4 thousandths behind Dylan Freckleton. So Matt Hollibaugh becomes the next driver to join the queue. He has reset his car. Matt, please reset your car and then roll to the on-deck queue. A little bit eager to roll out, but off and away he goes. Slightly different setup philosophy there for Indy Alliance Racing. Seemingly maybe not working out for pure speed. Could be something for race setup, though. You may begin your qualifying run. Off and away for the All-American iRacers driver. And the first of the All-American iRacers machines that we've seen today. Starts to go up through the gears. Right, here we go. Heading off to the final drivers in the queue for group number 2. Matt Hollibaugh rolls across the yard of bricks, begins the warm-up lap, and comfortably above that minimum speed that we've been talking about. Wow, man, that was a decent amount of speed as he now exits turn 2. There's the queue as it sits right now. Brandon Troes, Pablo Diaz-Francis, Craig Forsyth, and then Sam Carasala, and then just Christian Steele and Lucas Prada before we open the qualifying queue to all drivers, including those yet to run and those that have already set a qualifying attempt. First lap started now for the All-American iRacers 02. Hollibaugh was saying how much he's been looking forward to the return of this event. Very curious to see what setup they've been able to dial together. At the end of the day, setup is so difficult to get to grips with, right? First lap is a 5.72, so it's a pretty good opener to the run from Matt Hollibaugh. Arcing the car down nice and well, but that was a little bit high out through 3. Not necessarily a bad thing by any means. Lap 2, a 6.59. I think this is trending pretty decently. I mean, that first lap, the consistency between the 2 laps is what is really good. It's not a 5.69. That's a quick typo. Excuse me for that. It is a 6.59. But it's still very, very consistent. And it's keeping him in play with the likes of Dylan Freckleton. Ooh, that next lap was a little bit more off than I think he would have wanted, though. Oh, and he grazes the wall on lap 4. I think he's waved this run off. Unfortunate. He will get his chance to go once again later today. Brandon Trost is the next driver up on deck. Brandon Trost, you may roll to the on-deck zone when you are ready. Oh, for Matt Hollowell, that's painful. Brandon, please return to pit lane. You are meant to stop in the on-deck zone like the rest of the drivers and then roll. A couple of drivers not remembering to read the rule books, apparently. You may begin your qualifying run. Here comes Brandon Trost to start his warm-up lap then. A couple of drivers still in the queue after this, let's not forget. Pablo Diaz-Francis next up. And then Craig Forsyth, Sam Carasala, Christian Steele, and Lucas Prada. Here we go, out of the final corner, and he will start his full lap run. So here comes Brandon Trost. A pretty quick warm-up lap, 41.726. First lap about to be complete then for the number 66, the all-pink entry. And it is a 7.73 opening lap. Oh, grazes the wall out through 1 and 2. See what he elects to do here. Matt Hollowell was saying that he elected not to finish his run because he didn't have the grip after he grazed the wall on his final lap. So half the run complete then for Trost as he wraps back to the yard of bricks. That's a 40.020. So that graze against the wall really did cost him. Another close moment. I think he got away with that one though. And he's find a bit more of that speed on this next lap. That's what he's hoping to try and get. Back into the 39s, maybe a 39.7 or 8. 39.862, so he is able to find a bit more speed back then. He is using all the track, but I'm not sure that's necessarily a good sign in this case. Seems to be needing to use as much of the track as possible with which to turn. Not using it just to maximize the speed. Final lap in the run. An 8.83 to close out proceedings. And so now it is time for Pablo Diaz-Francis to be called up into qualifying. Pablo, please head to the on-deck zone. So the second of our Neki Racing drivers gets ready to go. Gonzalo Romero had a very impressive showing. Pablo Diaz-Francis hoping to deliver as well. You may begin your qualifying run. So, running down to these final drivers in Group 2, we are getting close to filling out a field of 33. Not the field of 33, a field of 33. Still have some big names yet to even be part of the qualifying draw, the likes of Phil Kraus and many, many others. Pablo Diaz-Francis should wrap around to the line just in the nick of time. 6 seconds to go, and now just that minimum speed with which to work. There's a look at the queue. Final 4 in our guaranteed runs. And we should get all 4 of them in this session. Might need to jump into a separate, the next session to get into the next round of drivers. But nonetheless, the 44 odd drivers that were part of our draw have all had their chance to head out onto track. So warm-up lap complete. The 4 laps start now. Pablo was saying that he wasn't sure if he would get back in time to be able to jump into the car. I think after he saw what Gonzalo Romero was able to do, he was probably thinking, get me in as soon as I can. Seemed a bit tentative through turns 3 and 4. Didn't really want to give up too much to the wall. It is a 5.76 on the opening lap. Gonzalo Romero did a 5.64, so he's within 100 though of his teammate. Tell you what, there are a handful of drivers with some really capable qualifying setups here. Gonzalo saying he's got a slightly different setup though. Interesting. 6.43 for Diaz-Francis on lap 2. So he's faster than his teammate. Gonzalo did a 6.68. Touch of understeer through turn 2. Pushes the car up high. It's looking really good. This could be another 39.6 if he's put it all together. Does slip to a 7.30, but it's still a very capable lap. His teammate's average to this point was a 6.55, so he is 5 thousandths of a second quicker right now. It will come down to this final lap. Who grabs it? Between the teammates. Surely some inter-team rivalry as well to be the best of the qualifiers. They'd love to get both cars into the show. You'd love to be the highest starting driver. It's an 8.19 to finish up the run. And so that slides him up into 8th position. About 100th of a second on average across the 4 laps. Faster than his teammate. Very, very good run. Craig, you may roll to the on-deck zone, but please reset your car first. There we go. Car visually resets for us, which drivers were told between groups 1 and 2 was the thing that we would be looking for, just to make sure that it's all on the same playing field for all drivers. So the players, number 33 entry, slides into its position. Craig, you may begin your qualifying run. And so if all 4 drivers remaining set times, we will have 33 drivers qualified. And remember, there would be a total of 6 drivers, that had attempted times but failed to complete it for one reason or another. So a total then of 39 drivers would have attempted a qualifying effort. So Forsyth builds up. In the 40 racewear car with those players racing colors. Gets to the line in time. It's 200 miles an hour from here on out. So as Forsyth breaks the yard of bricks, his qualifying run begins. Drivers were just informed that the qualifying queue expected to open in around 30 minutes' time. I wonder who's going to be the first driver to jump in. Could it be Hugo Olson? Definitely not. If you're wondering if I'm being serious there, just to be clear, it was a joke. It was a joke. Don't take that seriously. Craig Forsyth's first lap is pretty good. It's a 5.92. There seems to be a whole bunch of drivers who are able to get below the 39.6s on the first lap. It sets them up very nicely if they can keep the car underneath them. Hands not having to work very hard, which is typically a pretty good sign. What's lap 2 got in store? 7.12, so he drops about just over 1/10 of a second. There's a lot of understeer through 3, or rather on lap 3 through the opening corner. I think that was very, very close to the wall. Getting to that point right as well, where once we have 33 times on the board, if a driver is not trending to get into the field, race control may elect to wave them off, let's not forget. Not the case for Forsyth, though. 7.80 on that next lap. Still consistent. Just waiting now for that final time to come in. Ignore me accidentally entering a 39-second lap time. That's impossible. If someone can do a 39-second lap time around here during a 4-lap qualifying run, send me that setup, please. I need it. We all need it. Final lap for Forsyth is an 8.59. It puts the average up to a 7.36, and so he should get slotted now just in front of Lucas Ladoo. So overall, it's a pretty good run. You can see how important it is to, even if you lose between laps 1 and 2, minimize the fall off after that. Sam, you may head to the on-deck zone. So it's Alaskan Sam, as some call him. Sam Karasala in the Indy Alliance Racing entry. Who? Sam, you may begin your qualifying run. Can now begin his run. So after Karasala, we should be able to squeeze Christian Steele into this session. It will be marginal if we can get Lucas Prada done as well before we reach the top of the hour. We've got 18 minutes to try and squeeze in 3 more drivers. We'll see if we're able to get that done. So here he goes. He hits the yard of bricks just above the 200 miles an hour. Eyes like a hawk, watching the speed right now in the race control booth, just to make sure it doesn't dip below. And I think Sam's done a good job. So off and away he goes. AJ Musselman says that Craig Forsyth was using an AJ Musselman set, so there's a little bit of support between the two teams and entries. Sam Karasala begins his 4-lap run, though. Best of the Indy Alliance Racing cars so far is Jesper Orman up there in 12th. Then Rashad Craig 16th, Chris Wilhite 18th. And Mark Murphy, of course, who hit the wall. Hard to judge that time, really, down in 27th. Nice little arc out through 3 and 4. They seem to be carrying a bit more downforce, this Indy Alliance Racing crew. Is that going to hurt them in terms of lap time? 5.97 on the opening lap. The car looks steady, but again, it just seems to be struggling for speed. And that next lap is a 7:05. Jesper Orman did a 5:78 and then a 6:83. So Kisala's not trending far behind at the very least. It's starting to look a touch more ragged, though. 4 was pretty good. He's got one more lap to go, 2.5 miles. As lap number 3, 7:94. Orman did a 7:77. So once again, he is right around where Jesper was. So this might end up being a 7:2, 7:25, something towards that sort of bracket. Nothing to sniff at by any means. It's still 226.5.6 miles an hour. And it could actually still be good enough to get them in the show. We aren't quite sure what the cut line is going to be just yet. Here we go. Kisala finishes his run. And with an 8:85, it's going to slide him into 17th position. Ended up being about 200 slower than I expected. Drops behind Richard Craig. Christian, you can roll to the on-deck zone. So traditionally in a purple car, but for today, the stealth black VRS entry for Christian Steele. You may begin your qualifying run. The special Firestone Firehawk tires fitted to the car. As off and away, the 2022 iRacing Indy 500 champion rolls. So you got, after this, just Lucas Prada left in queue. And then we will open up the qualifying queue for those that are yet to run. I say yet to run, it's also open to those that have run already but want to go back out there. A reminder, you get 3 qualifying attempts across of both days of qualifying. And every time you go out, once you leave the pit lane, you remove your time from the board. Christian Steele has been playing around with some virtual reality and trying it for sim racing. Not using it for today, though. Decided that his regular monitor setup has been suiting him just a little bit better. Still going to try VR, which the likes of Adam Blocker, Brian Carey, a couple of drivers already qualified inside the top 10. We know that they use Henry Bennett as well. Hugo Olson, I think, too. And a whole bunch of the Power Slide drivers in VR. Something that personally, just my personal opinion, I don't think I would ever be comfortable using for a race like this. I've had bad experiences with VR. I'm glad they haven't. Steele begins the 4-lap run, his warm-up lap, around 216 miles an hour. It's a pretty feisty warm-up lap, all things considered. Let's ride on board. Now, he missed out on qualifying for the 2022 Open Wheels 500. Went out there in a YOLO last-ditch effort to try and improve his qualifying position. Didn't lift, didn't make the field. First lap complete. It's a 39.487. It's quick. It ties Hamilton A-Caboi as the second fastest time on lap number 1. Down the back straightaway. Through turn 3. A-Caboi had a 5.74 on lap 2. 5.89 for Christian Steele. This is trending, though, into the top 5. That is for sure. Could we get another driver on 39.647 tied with Adam Blocker and Jacob Oster? Never say never. Not sure if that was comfortable or not. .691 on lap 3. So still basically right on pace with A-Caboi, just a little bit behind. I think he's going to end up dropping behind Jacob Oster at this point. Steele's average working out at the 5.89 right now. Oster at this point was at a 5.74. So never say never, but it would take a mighty final lap here. Close to the wall, that was for sure. He completes the qualifying run with an 8.64, and that surely good enough for a top 5 and to make the field. We have just enough time to try and squeeze in Lucas Prada. Lucas, please roll to the on-deck zone. We'll get you in this session. So the final driver in this second group of the guaranteed runs. We'll get him to quickly finish up his attempt and then open up the qualifying queue for everybody. You may begin your qualifying run. The timer springs into gear once again. A reminder, that queue is going to start getting busy after this. Expectation is at least 3-4 drivers going to try and enter the queue immediately. We are going to have about a 10-minute break between this final run of Group 2 and getting underway with our next session in qualifying. We'll be back live at around 3:10 p.m. Eastern. So don't go anywhere. Coverage will continue. Andrew Kinsella and Jacob Oster chatting about setup in the YouTube chat. Team I5G with plenty of fall off towards the end of the run. So here comes Lucas Prada. Made the outlap timer, by the way, with no worries whatsoever. And now maintaining about 208, 207 odd miles an hour. So remember, Nathan Moore was down in 26th. Adam State also seemingly hitting the wall once, dropped down to 27th. But Daniel Ferguson was in 14th for the World Sim Racing team. They were very, very good on that run, and that's what Lucas Prada's trying to channel. Final of the guaranteed runs. Off and away we go. Song of IndyCar, man, rolling around the speedway. Oh, it's fantastic. One day I would really like to be at the qualifying weekend for the real Indy 500. Problem is, my suspicion is the iRacing Indy 500 is going to be on the same weekend for the remainder of human history, hopefully. Which means that I missed my chance this year by not going. So, hashtag blame Arjuna for that one. 5.56 for Lucas Prada on the opening lap. Get the right row selected for the graphics to pick up from. So Daniel Ferguson's first lap was a 5.98. Nathan Moore's first lap was a 7.03. this is trending very positively, I think, for Lucas. If he can hold up on lap 2 here. Drops down to a 6.61, yes, but we've been seeing about a tenth of a second of fall off between laps 1 and 2. He's still faster than Ferguson through the first 2, by the way. It's just now got to nail this final lap. All right, on board. See what his hands are doing. .757, lap number 3. So still trending above his teammate. For drivers with limited experience on the ovals, Ferguson and Prada in 2024 have been learning quickly, that is for sure. It's been a steady run. What more could you ask for? Your debut in open wheels 500-mile qualifying and an 8.69 to close out the 4 laps. Good enough to see Lucas jump to 11th. Right, it is time, now that Lucas is off the track, for me to do something that drivers have been waiting for. The qualifying queue is open, and now we're going to see the requests start to pour on in. Kevin Burrell is the first to put himself down into contention. Liam O'Sullivan's going to be next. Christopher's going to join into the fun as well. And I can't quite believe what I'm seeing, but the 4th driver in queue, Hamilton A-Caboi, going to remove himself from 2nd on the board. That is all yet to come here on RaceSpotTV. We are through the guaranteed runs here. And now it is time to start to pick our way through what remains. We're going to step aside here on RaceSpotTV for a couple of moments' time. Coverage resumes at 3:30 p.m. Eastern. Don't go anywhere as Pole Day continues to run its way through.
Might be some rain coming through. We expect rain soon. Rain is close. The session has been declared wet. No sign of this rain stopping. Rain is clearing up. Rain should be gone for now. Nothing but sunshine all day.
Times have continued to trickle on in on pole day qualifying for the Open Wheels 500-mile race. And now, with the guaranteed runs all out of the way, it's time to open the qualifying queue and to let the stampede loose at the speedway to try and figure out who is the fastest in our field here today. Welcome along to RaceSpotTV once again and coverage of pole day qualifying. My name is Arjuna Kankipati, president of the Open Wheels 500-mile race, and ready to walk you through all the action from race control as we continue to dive into what remains. Already have had a whole handful of drivers throw their names into the ring. That's just the front four. Kevin Burrell, haven't seen him yet. Liam O'Sullivan, have seen him so far, so he's going to withdraw his time and go out from 26th. Christopher, Hamilton A-Caboi as well. So there's some intrigue still left to come, that is for sure. Going to be very, very excited about what remains. Hopefully we'll have plenty of runs through the rest of the day as well. And we are moments away from getting underway. If you're joining us for the very first time, well, let's show you what all you've got to look forward to here on RaceSpotTV. We've already had coverage, of course, of the qualifying draw this past Wednesday. Pole day qualifying, as it suggests. We find out who gets pole position, and then bump day. We set the rest of the field tomorrow. Final practice is going to be the week of November the 18th. We have a week off for these drivers to focus in on the final rounds of the IndyCar Butt Kicker iRacing Pro Series before November the 23rd. We get underway for our 200 laps, our 500 miles of racing. So ready to go once more for qualifying. And it is Kevin Burrell that is going to be up on deck. Before we send him out, we're just waiting for the clock to tick over to 12:10 p.m. Let's send Kevin Burrell into the on-deck zone and kick off this next phase of qualifying. Kevin Burrell, you may roll to the on-deck zone. And there is the Indy Alliance Racing driver racing from Japan. Nestled in the zone right now. So down goes the music. And you may begin your qualifying run. So 60 seconds again to get around on this outlap. And by the time you reach the start-finish line, you must hit 200 miles an hour. Maintain that speed across of the warm-up lap that you have as well. He's starting to now go through the gear, so you can hear that a lot of these drivers elect to find a speed with which they can bounce off the limiter, and that's kind of how they time themselves around the lap. So still slow rolling for the time being. We'll kick it into gear now out of 4. Hopefully he gets to the line in time. He needs to get there before it hits the double zeros. Very, very close, but will be given a buffer based on the fact that the timer doesn't always hit exactly when they cross the line. That was a bit too close for comfort, though. Always want to try and err with a bit more safety margin. Seb Alexander was on the wrong side of that buffer as well when we went back to do our review, which we are doing now on Kevin Burrell. It's not totally out of the woods, but at least from what it seems to reflect right now, he will be allowed to keep going. So what's the first lap going to be then? For the driver that's the number 5 in the session, that is the number 52 actually. Not sure where we've got that wrong number popping up from. Wraps back around, and we'll see what this time will be. Indy Alliance Racing have had a bit more downforce than their competitors. And once again, it shows in that lap 1 speed. It's a 5.80. Remember, we had a tie earlier on in qualifying, and I've just realized that we actually technically have another one, although Lucas Prada is 3.003 miles an hour faster than Brian Carey. We are talking very, very slim margins here. It's a 6.81 for Burrell, second time by. Half this run now officially in the books. What's lap 3 going to be here? Next in queue, if you're wondering, is Liam O'Sullivan, the Velocity Online Racing driver. Christopher Hamilton A-Caboi after that. 7.52 for Burrell. This is, I think, probably putting him just in front of his teammate Jesper Orman. So slides him potentially up into 14th. And would drop Cam Dance below the cut line, but to be fair, I think Cam kind of expected that after the run that he had. Bit scrappy, to say the very least. Burrell elected not to do a run in the guaranteed part of the sessions because those were early in the morning for him in Japan. Let's hope he's woken up a bit. Punches in an 8.85 to round out the run. And that becomes the 15th fastest run that we've seen so far today, as he ends up losing a little bit on that final lap. So next up is going to be Liam O'Sullivan. Liam O'Sullivan, please join the on-deck zone. So the Velocity Online Racing driver, who of course has already run, let's not forget, he is going to withdraw his time from the board when he rolls out onto track. You may begin your qualifying run. And so as soon as he leaves the pit lane, Liam's previous run gets stricken from the record. And off and away we go for his second run of this qualifying session. So as he wraps back to the line, no concerns for him about the outlap. There's the qualifying queue as it sits right now. Christopher next, A-Caboi, Matt Taylor hasn't run yet, of course, so he's another one to put himself into contention. And then Julian Altena currently down in 25th spot. Hope you've been enjoying your afternoon. AJ Muselman's deep into the vino, I'm assuming, at this point. Got to share with us, AJ. That's not fair. I mean, let's be real. On occasion, I probably wanted to open up the bottle. That car, by the way, does look good, even though Liam O'Sullivan is a Spurs fan. Just waiting for another Spurs fan to jump into the YouTube chat and tell me off. Hasn't happened yet. Right, so his first time around, his first lap was a 39.616. Now, can he find some improvement? Yes, he does. 5.79. Curious. Can he avoid any sort of fall off? He did a 6.94 on his second lap of the first run, so dropped off 0.08 of a second. So if he's below a 6.3, that will be good. It's a 6.49, so a bit more fall off than maybe you'd want, but he's still ahead of where he was before. And after this, again, reminder, we'll have a driver outside of the cut line. Assuming Christopher is able to finish his run, probably have another driver below the cut line as well. Just looking at the queue, there's probably at least 4 drivers that have still yet to run that could be counted. It's a 7.69 on the third lap for O'Sullivan. Triple six the average right now. Where's his target? Surely to get into that 7.2, something like that. I think that 39.7 is going to look real competitive by the end of the day. Got 2.5 hours to go. 20 or so runs. This will be something. 9.89 to finish things off, so a slightly slower end than maybe he would have wanted. But it is 21st. It's an improvement, I'm pretty sure, for O'Sullivan. As next now is Christopher. Chris, please reset your car, and then you can roll to the on-deck zone. Sorry, can you reset again? It didn't reset on our end. Just making sure, again, reminder, everyone has the same and equal playing field. Right, so, Chris, you may begin your qualifying run. So the intense racing driver is going to head himself off. Might also see Joe Branch at some point this qualifying weekend. Another one of the intense racing driver crew. Makes it plenty of time on the clock, and now builds himself up on this warm-up lap. Again, we talked about it earlier in the day, but really what you're trying to do here is avoid scrubbing too much of your tires to leave yourself enough for those final 4 laps. The more tire you have, of course, the easier it is. And really, by the time you get to that 4th lap, your tires are screaming in agony. So Stouffer's going to begin his first 4-lap run of the qualifying weekend. Looking quite good through the opening 2 corners. Still a long way to go, though. So what's this first lap going to be? It is a 39.570, so it's a pretty decent opening lap. Puts him right in that ballpark. Looks pretty good on lap 2 so far. Still hitting most of those same marks and lines. I think he'd love to just put himself into the field like we've talked about with some of these other drivers. Put his focus towards the race setup. Down to a 7.22 on lap number 2. So a decent amount of fall off. That first lap was close to what the likes of Gonzalo Romero and Pablo Diaz-Francis and the Necchi Racing cars had done. A little less after that. It's about a hundredth of a second between Romero and Prada that he might slip into. It'll all depend on this next lap, where he does drop to an 8.12, so the fall off continues. The average at this point for Ferguson, who is in 16th position after 3 laps, was a 6.84, so Stouffer's behind that at this point as well. But again, it's not been a ragged run. The cars looked pretty decent. So I almost wonder if, again, just a driver that can take some downforce off and risk a little bit more. Final lap's a 9.31. Final average is a 7.59. And Stauffer goes to 24th. So it's time to see Hamilton. You can head to the on-deck zone. It's time to see if Hamilton A-Caboi actually wants to risk going once again. Now he can elect, once he's in the on-deck zone, to not head out without being charged his run. So this is totally up to him. There has been no pressure applied to add some more drama. Hamilton, you may begin your qualifying run. To be clear, we did apply some pressure last year in 2022 to a handful. It's fair to say that. Definitely not the case with A-Caboi. And so again, that time yoinked off the board. Seems to be trying to get that engine warmed up right now. Curious. Makes it in time. And now meeting that minimum speed as well. It's a busy day behind the scenes here in race control. Just trying to make sure everything's up, on the up and up. Definitely not dreaming about playing golf on Monday. I love to play golf at the Brickyard when there were cars around for qualifying. I'm just saying. That sounds spectacular. Anyway, Here goes A-Caboi. Across the line, the run begins. Now he was flying in the first run. His first lap was a 4.87, the second fastest first lap we've seen so far today. Jump on board. Next in queue, Matt Taylor, yet to be on the timesheets at all. 39, 4.83 for A-Caboi, so he goes even faster than his first run. But I'm pretty sure yes, still slower than Jacob Oster. Now, it sounded like a lot of scrub. Not sure that's necessarily a bad thing. Now, we do know that i5G have been wearing their tires a bit more aggressively than Powerslide, falling off a little bit harder. Is that what i5G have tried to dial into their setup for this second attempt? It's a 5.82 on the second lap. And A-Caboi is actually slower than he was through his first 2 laps on his first run. And he's starting to wrestle that car a little bit more. He's got one more lap to try and survive. It's a 6.80 on lap 3. He's wrestled some time back relative to his first run. It is now identical to where he was 3 laps in at the start of the morning. Remember, he was the 6th driver to go out at the start of the day. This is now our 44th qualifying attempt so far. He's got one more lap to go. Matt Taylor up in the box next. An 8.11 to finish, so A-Caboi is going to improve. But I don't think that's necessarily the improvement he was hoping for, because he does stay in second position. So it puts Matt Taylor, as mentioned, into the hot seat. Matt Taylor, you may roll to the on-deck zone. It's definitely not Matt Taylor's times, by the way. As the day goes on, I'm forgetting to hit some of the buttons. You may begin your qualifying run. So officially now, 2 drivers on the outside looking in. And Matt Taylor's ready to make that 3. A-Caboi jumps in to say he choked. Self-admitting a bit of a mistake there. It all happens to all of us at the end of the day. Now the question is, Hamilton, are you going to risk it for the biscuit? Are you going again? Are you going to do it? I'm just saying. Matt Taylor is up to speed at the end of the outlap. Maybe a bit too up to speed. It hit about 350 kilometers an hour at the yard of bricks, and now having to shave some of that speed off. See, if Hamilton A-Caboi can find those 7 thousandths of a second, which in aggregate actually works out to 28 thousandths of a second, don't forget. Because he's got to go faster than Hugo. Hugo, if they tie on times, remember, because Hugo set the time first, he would get pole position. So, I'm just saying. If you can find 29 thousandths or whatever it is that you need, don't trust the commentator's math. What's Matt Taylor going to be able to do then in the MadWorks number 8? Andrew Marquez kind of made a mistake on the outlap, if I remember correctly. Got waved off by race control, so we haven't really seen the speed from MadWorks yet. First lap, it's a 6.53 for Matt Taylor. .653, where does that put him? Chris Wilhite did a 6.45 on the first lap. It's going to be about the consistency to try and get into that middle of the top 20 or something. Top 30, however you phrase it. 7.33 on lap 2. So he's actually trending very comparably to Chris Wilhite here. That's I think this could end up being around that 7.6 sort of a bracket if he doesn't lose too much more time. Next up after this is Julian Altena, who's going to pull his run from 27th. But first up, let's see what Matt Taylor's third lap's got for us. Always easy to pick those MadWorks machines apart. And as he does an 8.38 on lap number 3. 7.41. He needs to avoid a big fall off on this final lap. I think that is for sure. Quick look, by the way, at the qualifying queue. Altena, Ferguson, Ladoo, and Orman as it stands right now. So one final corner to navigate through. And as the number 8 rolls to the line, it's with a 9.15 to bookend the run. And Matt Taylor slots himself into 27th position. Julian Altena, you can head to the on-deck zone. So the 11 of Julian Altena. Gets the command to head on out there. You may begin your qualifying run. No hanging around, straight out onto track. And so his previous time going to get yoinked off the board. I see Matt Taylor's jumped back into the queue. He's been joined by his MadWorks teammate, Aaron Morgan, as well. So, as it sits right now, I think that's a total of a full 40 drivers expected in the next hour or so to be on the board. That assumes no crashes, yes. But so far, we have had, I think, just two drivers, Matt Hollabaugh and Wilson NATO, hit the wall and then elect not to continue. There goes Altena, up to speed already. He's on his warm-up lap, don't forget. And so now you could see that car begin to move forward with a bit more urgency. Off and away for the number 11. Right, here we go once more. First time going to start trickling in a few moments' time as he begins this run. So now up to speed as he continues to navigate around. First lap time, it's a 5.79, so good improvement, I think, compared to, never mind, he did a 5.76 the first time around. So he's lost a little bit, but does he now have a bit more consistency, perhaps? End of the day, that's what he's really hoping for. Lap 2. It's a 6.72. And that is an improvement compared to the previous run. So Liam O'Sullivan looking at his times right now. Second time he went, there was a bit more of a fall off in those third and fourth laps as compared to between laps 1 and 2. So let's see what Altena's got this third time around. 7.81. He is starting to trend a little bit closer to what he was doing on that first run, but at least right now, he's still ahead. Two more corners to try and hold on to this car. Starting to get more tense as well now that more names are dropping below that cut line. Altena hoping to bump Connor Nixon. And with a 9.58, it's going to be good enough for a 7.48 average. And Altena jumps in front of Carroll Stout, his Velocity Online Racing teammate. So after Julian Altena was Daniel Ferguson. You may head to the on-deck zone. Fergie makes his way out onto track. You may begin your qualifying run. There he goes. Interesting that he's chosen to withdraw that run, because a 7.33 is pretty good. I think we were all kind of in agreement on. Christian Steele comes to join us. Christian, how's it going? Qualified in 5th. How did you feel about your run?
Hey, can't complain. Definitely compared to the last time I tried to qualify for this event, definitely happy to be where I'm at. You know, as you know, it's you start, you know, kind of near the front, and then it's all to play for over a 500-mile race. So
are you going out again?
Absolutely not. You know that. I was actually pinging Hamilton because I was like, dude, are you sure you want to pull your time? Know how that game can quickly unroll, so I'm glad it worked out for him, though.
Have you told Hamilton that he's not allowed to go out for the third attempt?
I figure that's unwritten, but you know, I remember.
Your YOLO?
Well, yeah. So, I mean, honestly, it felt exactly like the last YOLO, except this time I lifted. Like, I don't know if you saw my run, but I was pretty sideways.
You lifted?
Yeah, I know.
Disappointing.
I should have kept it flat for the chat, but apparently, but it didn't work out. I had to lift. Was sideways. I think we're a little bit more loose than the power slide and guys, so they seem a lot more planted just based off of Blocker and Hugo's run. So I think they actually spent the time to test for the extra lap. So good for them, I guess.
I guess at the end of the day, though, it's all looking towards race day itself. Like you said, just need to be up towards the front, put yourself in a position to get underway. How are you feeling going into race week? We've got a little bit of time, of course, a week off before we start to focus in on the race itself.
Yeah, so I think it's going to be a really good battle near the front. We definitely feel very comfortable in traffic, which I think Power Slide had a very good advantage over us. I would say over the past year or so, I think we've kind of clawed back their advantage, and it's very even between you know, Power Slide and I5G. And then I think, you know, you saw Jacob in the Pro Series. I was on his box, and I was just amazed at how many passes he was making at the start. So I think hopefully we can try and just replicate that and maybe not control the race, because I think it's, you know, neither team has a huge presence this year, but I think at least be able to hold our ground and kind of see what happens and just play the strategy game at the end of the race and see what happens.
Any advice for someone who is trying Indy qualifying? I've been talking a bit about how it's scary. It's, you know, you've got to be perfect for 16 corners. What would you say to someone jumping into this for the very first time?
I would say that, you know, the biggest thing is you got to be on your tools. And, you know, I think the biggest thing is understanding that each corner is going to present something a little different each time, as you're aware. And I think the other thing is just avoiding any sudden movements on the wheel, and just, you know, the car will be more predictable if you give the inputs that make it predictable. You know, at the very end of the run on lap 4, you just got to be basically slightly turning the wheel and then basically straight lining it the rest of the way. Otherwise, if you jerk the wheel or, you know, make any sudden movements, it's super hard to keep the car where you want it to go. And you know, the nice thing is with iRacing now, you kind of have that little reset tool, so you can just practice lap 4, turn 3 1,000 times if you want. So I also recommend doing that, because...
Sorry, I've got to cut you off, Christian, because I've got to send the next driver out, but appreciate all that insight. And you're just in time to see Lucas Ladoo. Please head to the on-deck zone. Busy times here at RaceSpotTV.
Yeah. So this is Lucas's second run, right?
Yes, it is indeed. Thanks for joining us, Christian. We'll let you go and get ready to go. And yeah, looking forward to seeing you not next weekend, November the 23rd.
Right on. See you then.
See ya then, indeed. So Lucas Ladoo, second run for him. He's going to withdraw his previous time. Lucas, you may begin your qualifying run. And so, pulls out of the pit lane. And his time gets removed. So we are pushing in on having a rather interesting cut battle. And we didn't talk much about Daniel Ferguson's run. Did end up being an improvement. Found himself about 0.08 of a second. Didn't really improve his position, but could be important to have found that time. And he now matches Kevin Burrell, although Burrell 0.002 of a mile an hour faster across the 4-lap average. So now having to maintain his 200-mile-an-hour minimum speed. So 2 and a bit hours left to go in qualifying here on pole day. We'll have 8 full hours tomorrow as well, do not forget. So if you enjoy qualifying at the Speedway, you've got your fair fill of it, I think it's fair to say. Next up is Jesper Orman in the line. After that, starting to see a few more new drivers join the party. As the lap time commences now for Lucas Ladoo. There is that qualifying cue. As it stands right now, I think about 10 drivers sit in the queue, so plenty of time to get through all of them and then have another 10 or 12 drivers still go. So we're going to have some drama all the way to the end today. Hopefully someone, Hamilton, A-Caboi, keeps things interesting. Lucas Ladoo, 5.88 on the first lap. He's found about 0.02 of a second on that first lap alone. Full lap average for him, remember, was a 7.38. So he was just a tad slower than Ferguson, but seemingly he thinks he can find a bit more speed as well. Weather conditions, remember, same across all our sessions. 6.94 on the second lap for Ladoo. And that's actually slower than his second lap in his first run, so needs to arrest the trend. .733 is danger zone. I think that's what some of these drivers are thinking. That's why Ferguson. So 39.899. So he gains 1,000th of a second across of the 4-lap average. Very, very marginal gains, to say the very least. Jesper, please head to the on-deck zone. So Jesper Orman in the number 4. You may begin your qualifying run. He pulls out of the pit lane and his time gets pulled off the board. Vander Sant, Mleka, 2 Powerslide Motorsports drivers next up in the line. It's been a fun day so far. Still got a ways to go. In about an hour's time, we have to join a new iRacing session as well. That will cut a little bit of time off our clock. See how that all plays out. So Orman hits the line with plenty of time to spare with a 60-second countdown clock. Off and away he is now on this run. They've had a bit more downforce on their car. Have they taken it off for this attempt? He's flying right now, that's for sure. Car looks quick. Through 1 and 2. His first run, 5.78 on the opening lap. This time, a 5.36. He's found a whole bunch of time. Second lap, a 6.83, so dropped more than 1/10 of a second last time by. Remember, Kevin Burrell was able to go up to 14th on his opening run. Can Orman go even better on his second attempt? It's a 6.32, second time of asking. Seems a bit more of a skatey ride in the back half of the run for many of these drivers, of course. Out of the final corner. It's another tiny lap, though, even if there is a bit more push. 39.702. So compared to his previous run, he is 0.5 of a second quicker. He has been able to find a considerable improvement. This could be the difference between a 14th and as high as 7th if he's able to execute. Alexander Vander Sant is going to be next up in the line. What's the target he's going to be trying for? Jesper Orman finishes with an 8.06. It's a 6.69, so it is a healthy improvement, and I said it could be as good as 7th. Ends up being 6th. So Jesper Orman able to dial it up in that second run. Alex Vander Sant, you may head to the on-deck zone. Love the little details, of course, on iRacing. You get that PA sound rolling off. You may begin your qualifying run. Fires the engine up a little bit, and off and away goes Vander Sant. If you're curious what the queue's looking like right now, Rob Mleka, 2024 iRacing Indy 500 winner, both in the fixed and the open races. Up next, Seb Alexander, Cam Dance, and then Mark Murphy, who is the man on the bubble right now. He'll be looking to try and improve after hitting the wall in his previous run. He's going to be really trying to hustle it to get to the line in time. Never mind. Slightly misjudged that from the perspective of the camera. Alexander Vander Sant. Ooh, he's dropped below 200 miles an hour, I think. Alex, he dropped below 200 miles an hour. Your run has been waved off. Very quick to wave off there. And it means Rob Mleka, you may head to the on-deck zone. as we get ready to jump off into the final 2 hours of qualifying here on pole day. You may begin your qualifying run. How quick can Rob Mleka go now? So he's bouncing off the limiter in first gear initially. Times himself now to go up into the next gear. And one by one, just continuing to build up a bit more speed. So the king of Indianapolis here in 2024 so far gets underway. He's avoided any issues like Alexander Vander Sant with the minimum speed. And so there, up into the next gear. And the shackles have been released. So 42.519 for the warm-up lap for Mleka. .479 on the first lap. So that is a very fast lap. Can he improve on that second lap? Well, I'm trying to check. Hamilton A-Caboi did a 4.83. So that is the second fastest lap that we've seen today on the opening lap of the run. Second lap. It's a 5.91. Now, what did A-Caboi have? A-Caboi was a 5.82, but remember that we've seen Power Slide be more consistent in lap 3 and 4. So this might challenge Hugo Olson at this rate. Lap 3. It's a 6.84. What did Olson have? A 6.67. So I think Olson managed the tires a bit better initially. And this is where the run started to come to him. One final attempt here to try and get to pole. Mleka's surely not going again after this run. An 8.05 to close the books. A 6.40, and it's third on the board. So Seb Alexander becomes the next driver in the queue. Seb Alexander, you can now head to the on-deck zone. Jumps into the car. So Seb Alexander, gotta hit the right button. Seb, you may begin your run. So Seb Alexander, who does withdraw his previous run. In fact, never mind, he got waved off the previous time around. Getting myself confused, I just try and keep the spreadsheet up to date. Doing a better job through turns 1 and 2 this time around to keep his speed up. So 42.070 on the warm-up lap, and off and away Alexander runs. Let's jump on board. His first lap was a 5.73, which Jesper Orman did a 5.36 on what was his improvement on his second attempt. So let's see what Seb Alexander is going to be able to put together. Second lap, a 6.81. After Seb Alexander is Cam Dance. 7.65 for Alexander. So his 3-lap average so far, obviously a 6.73. For Jesper Orman, at this point he was at a 6.23. 6.73 is closer to what Jesper had in his first run. Ooh, but a big moment there. That's going to cost Alexander. He'll come back around to finish the run. But expect this to drop him a ways down the order. And indeed, drops him to 37th as of right now. Cam Dance, you can head to the on-deck zone. The Orbit drop bear driver sits and gets ready to rumble. You may begin your qualifying run. See, this is the problem with having two microphones. I've just talked about 3 meters away from the microphone, but good Cam. Good job, Cam, for picking up on that. It's been a long day. We're getting to the end of it, at least close. So he was on the outside looking in. Cam Dance has pulled his time. He makes it to the line in time. And now that 200 mile an hour limit kicks in. So Connor Nixon, the other Orbit drop bear car. We'll be watching on and seeing what improvement his teammate can deliver. Let's ride on board. Not fighting the car, it would seem. It's a good sign. So Cam Dance with a 5.56 on the opening lap. Does improve from his previous run, so that's already a good sign. Remember, he did start to slide around a bit more and flirt with the walls. So far, it's been a steady run. So lap 2 in the books. It's a 6.58. In his first run, at this point he was at a 6.13 average, so he's found a little bit of time. Next in the line is Mark Murphy, who I think we're looking forward to seeing, given Jesper Orman's improvement. Can Mark Murphy spring himself from 34th up into the top 10? Cam Dance. A 7.96 on the third lap. So his average is up to a 6.70. He's dropped behind in some ways what he had done in that first run. But remember, the fourth lap's where he started wrecking loose. He almost wrecked out of turn 2 there. Just about held on to it. 2 more corners. He's hung on for the 16 corners here in qualifying. And on the second run, Cam Dance should punch in a better time. A 9.21 on the final lap. slots him up into 18th position with a 7.33 average. Mark Murphy, please head to the on-deck zone. And so in the words of DJ Khaled, another one. You may begin your qualifying run. So Mark Murphy, another one of those drivers that had an interesting first run. Looking to now atone for it. It was the second lap where he made a first mistake, and bounced back on lap 3, and then lap 4 slipped up once again. So Murphy builds his speed up to cross the yard of bricks for the warm-up lap. He's now picking up his speed. He's going. Always interesting seeing the different ways in which these drivers approach this lap. It's the one thing that really is different to the month of May/June and the iRacing Indy 500. Murphy attacks turn 1. That's a good turn in. Soft hand so far, allowing that car to work with him. Lap 1 about to be in the books. His previous first lap was a 39.670. This one's a 5.82, so he's found about a tenth of a second. Taking a look at the queue right now, there are a couple of drivers that are not on the board right now that are about to be. We may end the day with more than 40 names on the left side. Now, they won't all show up, but they'll be classified. 6.83 on lap number 2. Where was Jesper Orman through the first 2 laps? His average was a 5.84, so Murphy's a little behind that. Might still be in for a top 15. Ultimately, much like with Cam Dance, he's just trying to avoid the wall. Get this to the end of the run and go from there. 7.67 lap number 3. If he can avoid slipping into the 9s, the 39.9s, this could be a solid top 20. So to the line comes Murphy in the 69. It's an 8.51 to close things out, and so that should be good enough for a top 20. And indeed, 16th for Murphy now. Carroll Stout, you may now roll to the on-deck zone. So Carroll Stout currently in 26th, but feeling the 7.53 that they have on the board right now, not sufficient. You may begin your qualifying run. So the Velocity Online Racing driver in the gold. Does the gold put more pressure on? You tell me. Heads out. So Julian Altena is in 25th. Liam O'Sullivan is in 24th. There's only 1,000th between the two of them in their respective attempts so far. Carroll Stout hoping to try and go even better. Hovering around 335 kilometers an hour out through turns 1 and 2. And now starting to build up. So let's see what the times will look like for Carroll Stout in the 43. First run for him was the 7th attempt of the day. It is now the 55th attempt of the day. The track conditions will be identical. The setup might have evolved very slightly. Hands have looked pretty steady around this opening lap. Engine has sounded pretty steady as well. It's a good sign. What's lap 1? 5.89 for Carroll Stout. His teammates both did 5.79s on their respective opening laps. It's not far away by any means. At the line, there's going to be 6.85 compared to 6.49 for Liam O'Sullivan. So he's lost a bit more ground to one of his teammates, Julian Altena. A bit closer to what Carroll Stout did on the second lap of the run. Car still arcing well. It's not like it's working hard. Doing just enough right now. .765. Third lap by. Liam O'Sullivan's average through 3 laps was a 666. Julian Altena's through 3 laps was 6.77, so he's right around where his teammates were. End of the day for VOR. They may be thinking they might still need to do one more run tomorrow. Who knows? Carroll Stout at the yard of bricks. A 9:05 to end out his run. And so he does find some improvement and slots himself up into 21st. It was that last lap where he really found a lot more time than his teammates. Something to keep in mind. Jason Wallet, you can now head to the on-deck zone. Matt Taylor, Aaron Morgan, Chris Wilhite, alongside Alexander Vander Sant, the next 4 queued up to go before we get to Alexis Newsom. You may begin your qualifying run. One hour and 24 minutes left to go. As it sits right now, I think 10 more names still in the queue. There is a chance for drivers to still enter the queue and probably run before the day has come to a close. Forsyth and Stout, by the way, split by 0.01 of a mile an hour. That's what AJ Muselman has just noticed. Identical 4-lap averages for the two of them. Again, 0.001 mile an hour per lap. So that's 0.004 miles an hour across 4 laps. Split the two of them. Small margins. So here comes the Drexel Esports driver, Jason Wallet. Warm-up lap complete. 4 push laps start now. We need the... You remember there was their race, the Formula One Grand Prix at the Circuit of the Americas, where there was that guy standing next to the camera going... We need someone like that for IndyCar. That'll be fun. It'll be interesting, different. So Jason Wallet's first lap. 39.916. So trending in the wrong direction. He'll be given another lap to see if it improves, otherwise he'll be waved off. The average you need at this point to get into the field is a 39.812, let's not forget. Thanks for keeping us company here on RaceSpotTV. Don't forget, it's a long day, that's for sure. Second lap, he does marginally improve. However, still doesn't seem like it's going to be enough. We'll be given this one final lap before the run gets waved off for good. This time still missing just a little bit. Maybe just missed the line in the turn-in for turns 1 and 2 on the opening lap or something. Can really compromise you, especially knowing that's when the tires are at their freshest. Indeed, a 9:02 on this lap. Jason, unfortunately, your average is not trending into the cut line, so you have been waved off by race control. And so it means the next up in the queue is going to be Matt Taylor. You can roll to the on-deck zone. Second run for Matt Taylor here. You may begin your qualifying run, Matt. And so with that, he withdraws his previous time, which was only in the field by a couple of hundredths of a second, to be fair. And so I think you can understand why. He's rolling back out there. So after Matt Taylor is going to be his MadWorks teammate, Aaron Morgan. First that we've seen of him in this qualifying weekend. Chris Wilhite, Alexander Vander Sant, Alexis Newsom, Seb Alexander, Sam Karasala, and then Brandon Trost and Jeff Drake remaining in the queue right now. So Matt Taylor begins his warm-up lap now. And there you could hear the car, the pitch of the engine changed, and off and away he went. So the 4 laps begin now. For Matt Taylor, the first time by, the first lap was a 39.653. So he's going to be hoping to get into the 39.5s. That's what we've been kind of expecting from those that are in contention. Helps if I unmute myself. I've been talking happily away, talking about Matt Taylor's first lap of a 39.619. To be fair, I do that a lot even in other broadcasts that I do. It's just a force of habit. Keep yourself muted unless you're actually talking. Lap 2. 6.95. So he's at least minimized the amount of fall off between lap 1 and 2. Even if he hasn't maybe gone as fast, just raw speed-wise, as he might have been thinking about. It's a good line, though, through turn 3, I tell you what. And the car's pivoting quickly. It's moving with intent and purpose when it changes direction. So lap 3. 7.85. So through the 3 laps, his average right now is 7.00. His previous run, the average, a 7.41. He's found 41 thousandths of a second. Now, based on that, if he can hold on this final lap, he goes in front of Rashad Craig. He goes to 23rd. $39 what is the thing everyone's wondering. It's an 8.85. It's a 7.46 the average, and I think that drops him behind Rashad Craig, also behind Sam Carasala. Aaron Morgan, you can head to the on-deck zone. Time for Aaron Morgan to roll out. Great to see him back in a Dallara R18, champion in the Lionheart Retro Series from a couple of years ago. Been a while since on RaceSpot we've seen him. We know he can be quick in this Indy car as well. You may begin your qualifying run. So given that Morgan's going to set a time, hopefully, Vander Sant is back in the queue. He's yet to set a time as well. I see Jeff Drake has joined the line. That's 3 drivers that will put themselves probably onto the board. So as we were talking about earlier, very likely that we'll end up in a situation with more than 40 drivers with times on the board at the end of the first day. Morgan going to break the beam and start that warm-up lap. The way he won his Lionheart Retro Series as well was in quite remarkable and dramatic fashion. It was a tie on points at the end of the season, and we had to go back on countback, so I forget what it was, but it was more complicated than any broadcaster ever wants a championship fight to be. We like it easy. As easy as you can get, to be fair. All right. That warm-up lap now complete. Off and away. 4 laps being timed. Looking good through the opening couple of corners. Let's look from up above. Always interesting to see these high camera shots. Trying to use every little bit of the track that he can. Lap 1. So his teammate did a 6.53. He does a 6.42. A 6.53 for Taylor, let's not forget, was his first run. Matt Taylor's second run was a 6.19. But still for Morgan to jump into the car for the first time today in qualifying conditions. He's got a couple more runs in his back pocket if he needs them. Lap 2. Again, the cars have looked pretty comfortable across the day. We've had a few wiggles here and there, yes, but only 2 drivers have hit the wall and failed to complete a run. Morgan is starting to trend a bit away from his teammate, though. He's going to need to find a bit more speed on these final 2 laps. We're running out of time left in this day, let's not forget. 5:50 p.m. Eastern. The gun goes off. If you've left pit lane to start your run, you can complete it. And anything after that, unfortunately, will not be permitted. It's an 8.19 on the next lap for Morgan. Matt Taylor through these first three laps, his average was a 7.00. Morgan is trending to be just outside of the top 30. But trending to be in the field, though, that is what is important. One final corner to go. And with a 9.32 to close out the run. Aaron Morgan just inside of the 0.8, and maybe more significantly, just inside of the cut line. Chris, please reset your car. Chris Wilhite, please reset your car, and you are free to roll to the on-deck zone. Thank you very much. So Chris Wilhite up next, currently 28th on the scoring charts right now. You may begin your qualifying run. So we have officially got less than 70 minutes of pole day qualifying to go. Behind Wilhite in queue, Vander Sant, Newsom, Kisala, Trost, and then Jeff Drake and Seb Alexander. We'll have time to get through all of them, and then potentially a couple more drivers as well. Wilhite hits the line. And now his warm-up lap begins. Our Racing Indy 500 this year was interesting. Of course, we had both the fixed and the open races the same week, which I think meant that it was difficult for some to participate in both. But next year, expectations are they'll be split up into two separate weekends once more. And drivers will be able to put focus on both of the great races that we'll have. Of course, qualifying for that very different sort of experience. More about the grind to be in contention every single session. Here comes Chris Wilhite then. With lap 1 complete. It is a 5.88. So his first run, it was a 6.45 on the opening lap. So that's a healthy improvement. Wants to try and continue that progression. Climb himself out of the top 20. Lap 2 is a 6.60. So still very much in front of where he was in his first run at this point. Rashad Craig, using him as a bit of a example. Fellow Indy Alliance Racing driver, of course. Wilhite is trending now about 400ths faster than Rashad Craig. That could be enough to jump below the 39.7s. He'll need some consistency, though. And he'll need this third lap to be good. 7.43. That's a 6.64 average so far. I think this is looking very promising. Could end up just in front of maybe Brian Carey. Lucas Prada could end up just behind, depending on this final lap. using as much of the track as maybe he could have. But maybe that's just because that's all the car has got to give him. An 8.84 to round out the run. It ends up being a 7.19, 16th on the board for Will Height. It is an improvement for him, though. Will you feel comfortable? Only he will know. Alexander Vander Sant, please head to the on-deck zone. You may begin your qualifying run. So one final break on RaceSpotTV to come in around 15 minutes time before we get underway with the final 40-odd minutes of qualifying. Remember, Vander Sant got waved off on his first run. Did not get charged with an attempt, though, so he has still got all 3 of his qualifying attempts to play with. Leaving himself a bit more margin this time around as well. And up to speed now. Here he goes. Vander Sant, typically known more, I guess, for his ability to save fuel and make alternate strategies work than his qualifying prowess. Does not mean he is not a capable qualifier in his own regard. Warm-up lap done. 4 laps about to begin. And if he completes this run, that will mean 40 times on the board. With, of course, a handful of drivers not represented right now. Wilson, NATO, Jason Wallet, Adam Crane, Andrew Marquez, Baron Glover, as well as Matt Hollibaugh. So this first lap has looked pretty good. What's the first lap time going to be? Is it going to be into the 39.4s? 39.504, so just misses out. Alex was spending the morning out and about in Atlanta, riding his bike, which, to be fair, does sound quite fun. At least you don't have to bike your way around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway at 220-odd miles an hour. I'm trying to imagine the RPM needed to be able to maintain that speed, and the gearbox that you need as well. And the thighs. 39.622. So through 2 laps, he is a shade behind his teammate Adam Blocker, 5 thousandths of a second. I am unsure, though, if there's more time to be found. We'll have to wait and see here. Laps 3 and 4, where Powerslide have had a bit more of a ability to hold on to their tires than the likes of Team I5G. It's a 6.96 on lap 3. So the average is a 6.07 right now. He's dropped a little bit further behind his teammates. But he's trending probably just around where there's a gap between Jesper Orman and Christian Steele on this final lap then. Vander Sant hoping not to go again. And so with the 4th lap complete, it's an 8:08. It's a 6:58 across the 4-lap average, and it puts him to 6th on the board. Alexis Newsom, please head to the on-deck zone. Alexis will be the final driver that runs in this iRacing session. The Q order will be preserved going into the next session, and we'll pick up with that hopefully 5 minutes after the top of the hour. All qualifying sessions capped at 2 hours here, just to make sure that things are kept as equitable as possible. And so, Alexis, you may begin. Alexander Vander Sant was 0.001 mile an hour faster than Christian Steele, by the way. Identical averages, but not identical speeds. We have had an awful number of these gaps split by 0.001. Of course, there's Craig Forsyth and Carroll Stout as well. Interesting. Here comes Alexis Newsom. Get that outlap timer popped back up for you all. And now that we're within the final hour of the day, need to get the thing on the left to count down correctly as well. So Newsom withdraws her time from 32nd. Q order after this, just a reminder. It's Sam Karasala, Brandon Trost, Jeff Drake, and then Seb Alexander. So warm-up lap now complete for Alexis Newsom. That Team I5G entry skipping through the gears quite nicely after the warm-up lap was coming to a close. Lap 1. Oh, she's found some speed. 39.494. It will be, I think, the 3rd fastest lap of the day. 4th fastest lap, excuse me. And I do think right now I'm looking at the bubble and all of those times, how close it is between effectively 13th through 30th. Nervy times. Nervy times for all those drivers. Newsom with a 6:02 on lap number 2. Trending a little bit behind where Jacob Oster was. A little bit closer to where Christian Steele is right now. At this point in time, the only non-I5G representative in the top 10 is Jesper Orman. AJ Muselman's in 11th, and then the Necki Racing pair, 12th and 13th as well. 6.79 from Newsom. Can she hold on? This could be a decent run. At the very least, she's gone from being on the bubble to Into the Show. And as AJ Muselman points out, her commitment outside of the sim racing world have kept her from committing as much over the last couple of years. It's good to see her back, and on a much more limited schedule than maybe some of her fellow competitors. 8-5-1 to close the run, and it means 6th on the board for Newsom. So again, we have a brief moment here to switch our racing sessions. Not enough time to get the next run in before the session comes to a close. And so that cue with Sam Carasala, Brandon Trost, Jeff Drake, and Seb Alexander at the front will be called up when we go for the final hour in a couple of moments' time. Just save the replay of this most recent qualifying session, and then we'll take a quick break here on RaceSpotTV, step aside, and get ready to rumble for the final 40-something minutes of the day. Again, a reminder of how close it is. Look at that left side of the screen. Pole position with a 39.633, and 33rd with a 39.691. There are several drivers who will be feeling rather nervous heading into this final session of pole day. We'll see if there is going to be anything to marvel about in the final hour of qualifying. Don't go anywhere here on RaceSpotTV. The final hour of pole day still yet to come.
There might be some rain coming through. We expect rain soon. Rain is close. The session has been declared wet. No sign of this rain stopping. Rain is clearing up. Rain should be gone for now. Nothing but sunshine all day.
time is ticking down on pole day in qualifying for the fourth running of the Open Wheels 500-mile race. And with just less than 47 minutes remaining, the question still lies, will anyone challenge Hugo Olson at the top? Or are we just thinking about drivers trying to ensure they end day one of qualifying weekend in a respectable position? Welcome along to RaceSpotTV for the final showdown, Arjuna Kanki Party, live here, bringing you through all the action in the broadcast booth and also working in race control in my duties as president of the Open Wheel 500-mile race. As it sits right now, the qualifying queue stands as this: Sam Carasala, Brandon Trost, Jeff Drake, and Seb Alexander, before Aaron Morgan and Rob Mleka also find themselves towards the tail end of the queue. Not sure if we're going to see too many more other drivers head out onto track in the closing stages of the day. So we're not far away from sending out our drivers once again for qualifying. Our team at Race Control just quickly working through some final details as we get ready to send Sam Carasala out once again. Sam, please reset your car and you can roll to the on-deck zone. Sorry, didn't see you reset on our end. Can you do that and roll back to the on-deck zone, and we'll let you roll out then. Thank you very much. Reminder that all drivers given the same instructions as to that reset, all just ensuring that much like the weather is all on an even playing field for drivers, same thing to be said when it comes to that time allotted to them as well. Thank you, Sam. You now may begin your qualifying run. So first driver in this final 45 minutes off and away. And now the tension surely starts to build. So Carasala withdraws a time that put him in 27th. But seemingly with the Indy Alliance Racing crew finding a bit more speed after taking some downforce off of the car. We'll have to wait and see if Sam can wind it all together. Hits the line with plenty of time to spare. And away on the warm-up lap. This is a lap where you're trying to minimize how much scrub you have in your tire. And again, just a reminder, the weather conditions, they're identical across all of our sessions here for Open Wheels 500-mile qualifying. The reason why we have a new session that goes up every 2 hours is also just to make sure that the track state, which starts at 100% for each of the sessions, doesn't meander too much either. There's no chance of there being too much of a change. It all resets after every single run. Warm-up lap complete. Carasala's off to the races. Good steady line through 1 and 2. So for Carasala, the target surely going to be somewhere in the 39.5s. And what can he do? A 5.74. It's a decent first lap. That lap is a 227.422 mile an hour lap, if you were curious. And remember, Kisala withdrawing his time means now only 39 times on the board. Once he finishes this run, we'll be back up to a full 40 on the left side of the screen. It's a 6.81 on lap number 2. That static camera gives a great perspective of the speed there. So where's this trending? What was Jesper Orman through the opening 2 laps? His average was a 5.84. Kisala's third lap is a 7.48. That means is now a 6.68 on the average. Chris Wilhite, who also just ran in the Indy Alliance Racing Team machines, now he had a 6.64 average through the first 3 laps. So maybe expect Kisala towards the tail end of the top 20. Kisala is going to get to the line, finish this run, and hope he's done enough to not have to go again for his third and final attempt in qualifying. It's an 8.48 to round out the run. Ends up being a 7.43, and indeed just inside of the top 20 for Sam Kisala. 18th for the Alaskan. So it's Brandon Trost next up. Brandon Trost, please reset your car, and then you can make your way to the on-deck zone. His car is reset, exactly what we need to see. And the 66 is going to drive off with just under 40 minutes remaining once he gets released from the on-deck zone. You may begin your qualifying run. So the outlap timer kicking in there. Trost was 39th on the board. That time gets withdrawn. So the queue after this. Jeff Drake, Seb Alexander, Aaron Morgan, and then Rob Mleka into the queue. Now, is Rob actually going to decide to go out, or is this just a little bit of bait? Is he dangling something, trying to tempt Team I5G also into joining the queue? Let's be fair, if there was anyone that was going to YOLO it, it's probably RM3. Not sure if we'll see Seb Alexander actually go again. We'll see. Brandon Trost begins the 4 laps though. It's right on board. Hands are looking very, very smooth. Now his first run, his first lap was a 7.73. This time by, it's a 7.25. What's the second lap going to be? 39.763 on the next lap. So right now, he's still inside of the cut line. He needs to avoid any sort of fall off, though. The consistency is good, though, to only have dropped 0.04 of a second between 1 and 2. Lap 3. There's still consistency left in the car to 7.81, although that was a slide. This could be very, very close. Final lap. Loses a bit more ground on the final lap, unfortunately, and I think that is going to see him slide. No, it's just enough as it sits right now. 32nd for Brandon Trost. Ooh, so now bumps is Matthias Strauss. Jeff, please reset your car and then you can roll into the on-deck zone. Drake resets as expected. And off and away he's going to go. Oh, what happened there? Oh, just a bit of a technical blip, thankfully. You may begin your qualifying run. So the first chance to see Jeff Drake today. After this time, assuming that based on the fact that Jeff Drake will have a similar setup to the rest of his Power Slide teammates, expectation is that Adam Hartzell is also going to drop below the cut line. He's already said he's not running again today. He's going to focus on coming back tomorrow and improving. It drops Brandon Trost to the cut line. I'm just hoping for Jeff Drake's sake that his internet's going to hold up for, well, effectively 5 laps here. Last thing you would want is for the lap times not to count in iRacing. It's called a discontinuity. We saw it actually in the IMSA Esports car shootout last weekend. Seems stable though as he now builds up that speed. Ignore the noise, it's okay. I think that's just the internet. Always makes things interesting trying to follow along a qualifying run. And yeah, that lap time hasn't actually registered initially. And then finally there was a bit of an update as everything got back in sync. Oh, he came so close to the perfect lap time as well on the warm-up lap. It was a 42.060. He needed 9 more thousandths of a second. Another blip for Drake. What will the lap time be, though? It's a 5.18. So it's a good first lap. Not that much slower than what Hugo Olson was able to do first time by. He's using all of the track on offer, and that's why you're seeing some of that smoke and debris with the internet issues that seemingly Drake is having right now. Second lap, 5.98. Not much fall off. He's tracking towards the front 2 rows for sure. Now, does Rob Mleka elect to go again? That is still the question. Oh, he's back. Don't fret. Third lap by 6.96, so a bit more of a drop off compared to his teammates on that third lap. Adam Blocker through the 3 laps was at a 5.97. Alexander Vander Sant was at a 6.07, so maybe, just maybe, there's still a chance for row 2 for Drake. Remember, 3 wide flying formation to kick off the Open Wheels 500-mile race. What's it going to be? An 8.96 to round out the run. And so, Jeff Drake, at last lap, really where things fell a little bit more for him, is going to see him down in 11th position, just missing out on a top 10. Seb Alexander, you may head to the on-deck zone. So, provisionally, what might be the final run for Seb Alexander, based on race control review later tonight. You may begin the qualifying run. I see Craig Forsyth is also maybe thinking about a run tonight. He's in the session as well. Remember, Alexander's time was technically down in 41st before it got withdrew as he heads back out. Warm-up lap underway. Alexander maintaining the 200 miles an hour. And seemingly deciding to go a little bit earlier than some of the other drivers. We've seen a real mix. Some drivers go halfway down the back straightaway. Some wait until they get towards turn 3. We saw one driver wait till they were in the short chute between turn 3 and 4 before starting to accelerate. In a real mismatch through this point of the day. This is where the pressure in open wheels is really piled on. This could be your final attempt. You've got to hook it all together, the 16 turns. Every little adjustment on the ARB on the weight jacker. What's lap 1 going to be for the Indy Alliance racing driver? In the white and orange. Hoping to get into the 5s, but instead, it's a 6.16. Lap 2 going to be important, given that lap 1 was maybe a bit slower than what he would have wanted. Rashad Craig did a 6:06 on his first lap. That's got him in 28th right now, so cannot afford to have too much deterioration here. It's a 6:97. So it's not bad, but I don't think it's trending the way he wants. 2 more laps after crossing the line, and this third one I think will tell us all we really need to know. Because either way, if Seb Alexander makes it, let's say, into 30th position, he's in the field, yes, but bump day will be uncomfortable. 777s on lap 3. 6:97, the average. Rashad Craig through 3 laps. The average was a 7:03. So, if Seb Alexander can get a lap that is above or better than a 39.85, he will be 28th or higher. Slight brush of the wall. Is this it in qualifying? If it is, Alexander goes out with an 8.65. The average becomes a 7.39. Dropped the wrong side of the lap time that I was thinking about. And so it is 28th. But I think that is going to be a little bit more uncomfortable than he would have been hoping. Aaron Morgan, you can head to the on-deck zone. I'm still looking at some of the ties that we've got. Remember, Adam Blocker and Jacob Oster, identical times as well. Like, to the 0.000 of a mile per hour. You may begin your qualifying run. So here goes the 24 of Aaron Morgan. Second run of the day. Second run in the last hour or so as well. Ran at 4:34 Eastern. A time that put him 37th on the board. He's withdrawn that now that he's rolled out onto track. And the qualifying queue is now down to just 2. So Rob Malechka to Jeff Drake with still 23 minutes left to go. And that means we could still fit in 4 more runs, hypothetically. But no more than that. No issues for Morgan with the outlap. Warm-up lap now begins. Aaron Morgan is now all wound up. The run begins in earnest as he breaks the yard of bricks once again. And the second time today, 4 flying laps, the focus. I mean, there's a stretch of drivers, 16th through 19th, where they're split by 1/1000th, 2 1,000ths rather, of a second. Quite mesmerizing. Morgan's first lap, what will it be? 39.630. So he's found a 100th or so compared to what he did on his first run. But I wonder if we're seeing a bit more rust from Morgan. Has done maybe a little less IndyCar racing than his teammate Matt Taylor in the last handful of years. It might be just that. Lap 2 then. Can he avoid dropping out of the 39.6s? Does not want a 7. Unfortunately, it's a 7.10. He is still, though, far ahead of his average previously. Through 2 laps last time, it was a 7.14. This might get him into the top 33. Our qualifying coverage again picks up at 10 a.m. Eastern tomorrow as bump day rolls through. Expected to be a bit of a quiet day in many ways. Of course, drivers have limited runs left. For the most part, we've had a pretty active day here today. It's a 7.90 for Morgan on the third lap rather. There's a possibility here. Remember, Matt Taylor, his teammate, 7.46 was the average after 4 laps. After 3 laps, it was a 7.41. So actually, Morgan's trending in front of his teammate right now. Taylor did lose a little bit more on this final lap. Can Morgan avoid that fate? No. He's down to a 9.22, but it's a good run. Actually, just about misses out courtesy of that last lap, which was slower than what Taylor had done. And so Morgan just on the wrong side of the cut line. Oh, I hear an iRacing membership over the PA. What timing? Rob Mleka, you can roll to the on-deck zone. So Mleka off and away now. And with only one more driver left in the queue, might be the final 2 drivers left to run at this rate. It's the 91 machine. You may begin your qualifying run. So from third, a time is withdrawn. He'll have one more run after this still, but he does not want to bin it on this attempt. So what's he been able to figure out between his run 1 and 2? 200 miles an hour to be maintained. The man in the hat. iRacing Indy 500 winner of 2024, the private label team hype with Powerslide Motorsports driver, who of course did win the IndyCar Butt Kicker iRacing Pro Series event when they had made their way here to the racing capital of the world for 66 laps at the Speedway. Everyone watching on as RM3 gets underway. It's a good arc through 1 and 2. 17 minutes left on pole day. It's Hugo Olson about to be challenged at the top. I mean, it's been a pretty good opening lap from what we could tell. .39.479. RM3 is flying. Second fastest opening lap of the day. Only Jacob Oster has gone faster. From up high, look how he uses the track on offer. What's lap 2 got? He's already faster than his first run. In fact, no, he matched his first run on the first lap. Incredible. Lap 2 is a 5.89. He's right now, on average, 1,000th of a mile an hour quicker. Excuse me, 1,000th of a second quicker. Getting my calculations mixed up. Bit of a wiggle off of 3. Did the rear end take a second to settle? Third lap's a 6.83. The average to a 5.84. At this point, Hugo Olson was at a 5.88. It comes down to this final lap. Is this pole position? We're about to find out. 2 more corners to go. He's going to need to dip below about a 7.5, I assume. It's a 7.96 on the final lap, and so what does that mean? It's a 6.37. It's not pole position, but he does jump in front of Hamilton A-Caboi. It's power slide 1 and 2. One more driver left in the qualifying queue. Jeff Drake, please reset your car, and then you can head to the on-deck zone. An impressive run, to say the least. And now Jeff Drake might be the final run of the day. Someone suggesting that surely Hamilton has got to go now. I think he would be prohibited by his teammates around him. Would advise him slightly better of it. Jeff, you may begin your qualifying run. There he goes. And so, from 11th, a time gets withdrawn. Is this the very final run of the day? Is anyone going to jump into the queue? There's time still for 2 more, theoretically. Another 8 hours of qualifying tomorrow, all focused around the bump line. Today, still a little bit more focused up front, as Jeff Drake across the line begins his warm-up lap on this second run. Shifts up into gear, and I think now releases himself. Guess what? Guess who's just joined the session? It's 2 names that have just joined the session. We'll see if they join the queue. Phil Kraus and Hamilton A-Caboi. Jeff Drake finishes that warm-up lap. And now underway for the 4 Flyers. What's the first lap got for Jeff Drake? Has been competing in the IndyCar Butt Kicker iRacing Pro Series. 39.4. No, I got excited for a second. Jeff Drake's internet playing games with me. It said a 4.63 for a second, then it updated to a 5.12. It's still his fastest lap so far today. But for a second, I thought we just had what would have been the fastest first lap of the day. What's lap 2 then? .605 on the board. Hoping these internet blips aren't something that he's having on his end as well. Can you imagine how uncomforting that would be for you? Especially with this being your second run. So 2.5 miles left, 10 minutes on the clock. It's a 6.86 for Jeff Drake. That is a very good third lap. Hoping to try and improve from 11th where he was provisionally, don't forget. Four laps complete for Jeff Drake. Last lap ends up being a 7.96, so he improves from 11th up to 6th. He'll be happy with that one, I believe. Cameron, you may head to the on-deck zone. You may begin your run. So here we go with Cameron Bauschian, who jumps in at the very tail end of the day. We might also have time for Phil Kraus. He's going to be cutting it a little bit close, but we should get him out before the bell goes. Or the gun goes, sorry. It's been a long day up here in the booth. Makes it to the line in time, and warm-up lap commences on his first run. Team Watson Racing driver. See if he's allowed to finish the run as well. Let's not forget, if he's trending to be outside of the cut line, he would be waved off. So here he goes to start the run for Cameron Bastian. Warm-up lap in the books. Cut line currently split by 0.04 of a second, and Christopher, the one on the outside looking in. A very uncomfortable place, or rather, inside. Man, you can tell it's been a long day, and I've got 8 more hours of this tomorrow. He's on the inside, but looking nervous. Aaron Morgan's on the outside looking in. There we go. Get myself sorted. Bastian's going to finish the first lap. What's the time going to be? It's a 39.932. He will be given one more lap, and after that will be waved off. Man, I'm feeling the tension, and I'm not even one of these drivers right now. This is great, and I mentioned it in our briefing with the drivers on Monday, but already planning has started for the 2025 edition of this great race, and I can't wait to share more about that leading up and in the conclusion of race day. Bastian, slow lap 2 is going to get waved off. Cameron, you are trending to not make the cut line. You were going to be waved off anyway, sorry. At least he ends it in style, at the very least. Phil Kraus, you may head to the on-deck zone. You may begin your qualifying run. So Kraus builds up his speed, and it's going to be a one flyer attempt, effectively, from him. Doesn't have a chance to go again after this. It is the one and done for Philip Kraus. On to the warm-up lap now. And now, again, it's so interesting seeing where these drivers elect to go. He's gone quite early down that back straightaway. Phil Kraus has been racing in some prototypes, I believe, over the course of the day. Let's see how quickly he's adjusted to a Dallara IR18. He's all the way down to the curb. I mean, that's as aggressive as I think we've seen through turn 1 across of the day. Remember, the first lap record we've had so far today, 4.67. It's a 5.14 for Kraus. I think this is trending more to just being a benchmark, a conservative run to get him into the show. And this is that thing, right, with having to pull that double duty, right? Doing both an 8-hour endurance race or a 10-hour endurance race, I forget how long it was, and thinking about qualifying for this. He might have been thinking, right, I'll just run tomorrow, even if I have to start further back in the field. But he's made it before the gun. 90 seconds to go. This will be the final run of the day. A 6.11 on lap number 2. He's trending behind Henry, just in front of Henry Bennett right now. Any more fall off, and he's going to start to slip to just behind Andrew Kinsella potentially. But again, that would still be a top 10 probably starting spot. Seven 0-0 on lap 3. So he's actually done quite a good job. There could have been a bit more fall off there. It's 20 seconds to go. Yeah, I think this is done. There's no one in the queue. They wouldn't have time to get to the on-deck zone and then leave before the clock strikes 0. The final strike of the day then goes the way of Phil Kraus. The Stealth Black private label team hype entry ends the session with a 7.79. It's a 6.51 on the average, 7th in the running order for Phil Kraus. And so inside of row number 3, provisionally where he lines up. The day has come to a close. And the 2-time defending open wheel 500-mile race winner, Hugo Olson, is on pole position. Let's bring in the man himself, see if he's still ready to have a quick chat with us. Hugo Olson, how does it feel right now, defending your race win and potentially starting from pole position?
Yeah, it's probably the best position to start the race from. So I didn't expect this because I hadn't done any practice laps. I guess the power slide setup was just too good. So thanks to the power slide guys.
Does it feel nice to start from pole position as well? Because correct me if I'm wrong, Hugo, but I don't think you've ever started from pole at Indy, at least from what I've seen.
No, probably not in like any iRacing 500 and not any open wheels 500. So it will be a first time. So I need to learn the rules if the leader controller starts and whatnot.
Yeah, this time you're not driving the pace car like you did for a previous 3-wide start, so that's going to be quite interesting. Talk to us about the last 2 years, Hugo, as well, because obviously didn't get to run this race in 2023, so once again it's been a bit of time since you've had a chance to come here and defend your win. What have you been up to? What have you been up to outside of the world of sim racing?
Yeah, I'm studying engineering. I'm starting my 4th year, so yeah, 1.5 years left now, and also doing like track and field, a bit of sprinting, long jump, so quite a lot of stuff going on. So I haven't been able to do too much sim racing lately, but it's fun to be back a bit and do this awesome race.
And before we let you go, what are your expectations for race day itself? Of course, we had the new scan in 2022, and so there was a lot of learning, I think, for that. But we've had the iRacing Indy 500 earlier this year, so I think there's a bit more experience and understanding about the track. What do you think we're in for when we go racing for the 500 miles?
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting with the... I think the weather system has changed, but maybe that was before May even. But I think the guys at Powerslide improved the car, at least for the Pro Series race at Indy. So I'm excited to see what they've changed on the setup since May and how it will compare to the I5G guys, and maybe Indy Alliance Racing or someone else has a good car for the race to go through traffic, because traffic is the most important part on the race day, I think. And of course, you need a car quick enough on the straights to win the race, but you need to get there too.
The benefit for you is that you won't have to be focused on qualifying tomorrow. You can already go and look at the race setup. Great day for you, Hugo, and a great day for Powerslide Motorsports. Congratulations on a great run, and we'll see you in a couple of weeks' time, November 23rd, to defend your race win.
Yeah, thanks, and thanks for the event.
Always great to chat to Hugo Olson, our 2022 defending champion. Left side of the screen is the provisional poll day results. We'll give you a quick recap of how they would line up if it ends like this tomorrow. Front row would have Hugo Olson, Rob Mleka, and Hamilton A-Caboi sharing the 3 wide flying formation before you get back to Adam Blocker, Jacob Oster, and then Jeff Drake. Each of those front 2 rows have 1 i5G driver apiece. Same thing to be said about row 3, where you find Phil Krause, Alexis Newsom, and Alexander Vander Sant. Christian Steele makes up the rest of the top 10. He'll be alongside of Jesper Orman and Henry Bennett on what is row number 4. With Andrew Kinsella, AJ Muselman, and Pablo Diaz-Francis sharing the row behind. Gonzalo Romero, Lucas Prada, Brian Carey line up behind them, with Dylan Freckleton, Sam Carasala, Chris Wilhite sharing the row then directly behind. Mark Murphy, Kevin Burrell, Daniel Ferguson, Cam Dance, Craig Forsyth, and then Carol Stout. And then Lucas Ladoo, Seb Alexander, Rashad Craig all line up in front of the final row. Matt Taylor, Liam O'Sullivan, and Julian Altena, 2 of the Velocity Online racing cars in that final row. They are going to be back tomorrow looking at everything and deciding when they need to go. It's the likes of Chris Stouffer, Aaron Morgan, Brandon Trost, and a handful more that know on bump day they've got it all to do. They've got to throw the kitchen sink at Indianapolis and hope Indy gives them their just rewards. Time for us to bid you farewell. It's been a long day on RaceSpotTV, and guess what? We've got to do this all over again tomorrow. But when we're here at the Speedway, it feels like just a short afternoon as breeze. Slightly distracted by messages coming through. Lots of drivers, I think, trying to now figure out what the race ahead lies. November the 23rd is a ways away, but bump day qualifying starts tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific. We'll see you live here on RaceSpotTV for all of it. On behalf of the team behind the scenes at RaceSpotTV and Open Wheels, thanks for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow. Can't wait for it.